Chess Festival 2019. I'm Woman Grandmaster Dina Belinka and my co-host is Grandmaster Tal Baron. We apologize for some technical problems we have suffered previously and we are really hoping that it will not repeat again. So before we go straight to the action, let us have a short look at the pairings of the round number 3. On board number 1, we have Nico Georgiadis playing with white against Sebastian Bogner. Board number 2, Santosh Vidit with white against Peter Leco. Board number 3, Nadirbek Abdusattorov against Sam Shankland. And board number 4, Parham Maksudlu against Jorge Cori. All right, Tal, what do you think about this situation we have already achieved by the very first 2 rounds?
How about we look at the standings and see for ourselves of the tournament?
So, according to the standings, we have Peter Leco on a very first position with
14 overall.
14 overall points.
Mm-hmm.
And on the second place, we have Sam Shankland from the United States of America with 13 points.
Mm-hmm.
And the third position is Santosh Vidit from India with 12 points on whole.
Yeah. Parham Maksudlu on the fourth place with 11 points. And while it looks like quite a lot, it's only 1 win away from the first place, because a win in the classical chess grants a player with 3 full points. So Jorge Cori and Nico Georgiadis are not that far away in terms of their chances to finish in the top half and maybe even in the first couple of places if they manage to win a few games. And we can expect quite a fighting chess because of this scoring system and the style of the players. As mentioned before, we are 55 minutes late to the start, so let's just jump into board 1 between Georgiadis and Bogner. So we have quite an equal endgame on the board between the two. And I guess we will go through the entire game later on and show the viewers what happened and what we think about this theoretical position. But since this game has probably as many moves as all the other games combined, we shall move to board number 2 and explain a bit more straightforward things that took place. Vidit against Leco. So here we are only on move 7. Vidit played 1c4 as white, 1c5 by Leco, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7. They're playing symmetrical English, knight c3, knight c6. So far so good. Knight f3. And here black usually does not play the move knight f6, even though it's possible, because after castles and castles, white will break the symmetry with the move d4 and take over some space in the center. After the move d6 that black played, he's pretty much asking white what is he going to play after castles and another waiting move, which is quite rare, rook b8, almost never played before. And now white cannot play d4 because the bishop is still eyeing this square, but if he plays d3, then black can afford to play knight f6, and d4 will be a loss of time for white. So white decided to play a waiting move as well, a3, after which black played a move a6. So we can expect white to continue with the waiting strategy with a move like rook b1, and we can also see something like e3, or maybe even d3 followed by d4 despite the loss of tempo. Soon we will discover what Vidit has in mind in this position. It's quite dry from one hand, but on the other hand, this particular move order has not been played before too many times, and it's relatively fresh for the players, as far as I can guess. So they might have an interesting middle game going on. Dina, what would you say about the current position as white? Obviously, you have a tempo up. It's not so difficult to pick a side, but how would you try to develop your pieces?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that this position is rather static and almost symmetrical. So, of course, white should consider using this the advantage of the tempo, as we know that it is not a good idea to repeat, like when playing black, it is not a good idea to repeat the same moves as white does. So let's imagine white makes a move like d3, and what could do? Yes, black knight f6, and here white should decide whether where to put the bishop, c1 bishop, whether to put it on b2 or to d2. And I'm actually very curious to see the moment when those two players will finally start improvising and not making the same moves as each other.
One could argue that they have already started improvising since the move a3 by Vidit on move 7 as a response to the rare move rook b8 took 13 minutes, and Leco thought for a long quarter of an hour before playing the move a6. So even though it seems quite symmetrical, one could argue that they are already in fresh territory, and Vidit thought for another 15 minutes and played rook b1. So the continuation that we could expect here is b5, c takes b5, a takes b5. I remind everyone that the large board is the analysis board, right there on the top, and the one that we have here is the small board. This is where the live game is taking place. So after c takes b5, a takes b5, white plays b4, normally speaking, c takes b4, a takes b4, and in case black plays knight f6, he might find himself in trouble because white can punish him since he saved the tempo. And I would test my co-commentator to try to find a nice move for white for the tempo that he saved. It's not that obvious to understand, but as far as I remember playing it with black at a younger age, I suffered some issues after the following move from white. So let's try to think how white can punish black and break the symmetry in an active fashion while developing.
So an active move would be for me something like a d4, or
Exactly.
I was thinking about e4, but also as an option. But since my first guess is the right one, I do not insist on the second one.
d4 is a really good move because it helps the bishop develop. And if black, so white is threatening the move d5 and grabbing space, followed by knight d4, knight c6, controlling this very nice far post on c6. So for example, in case of a castle and something along these lines, let's say the knight moves somewhere, knight d4, the c6 square is very nice for white. And in case of d5 after d4, white has gained a second tempo. So he's a tempo up since he begins the game. And black has wasted the tempo by playing d6 and d5. And now after a move like bishop f4, white will continue to develop his pieces with tempi and play knight e5 next and take over the initiative. So after the move d4, black is practically forced to play a move like bishop f5 with a very complicated middle game. And here, instead of the move rook b1, sorry, after rook b1, instead of the move b5, Leco is still thinking, and we can expect a very deep middle game to take place since both of these top players are taking so long for each move. Let's move on to board number 3 between Abdusattorov and Shankland. and we already have quite a theoretical position as well. E4 in the first move. Black played E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5, and we have one of the most popular openings in chess nowadays, sadly. Sadly, one of the most popular. The Berlin Wall, knight F6. While it's not such a dry opening for beginners, in the top level there is a lot of theory that leads to relatively even positions after the main move castles by white. But instead of this move, white decided to keep the pieces on the board with a more calm d3. Less principled, but much more fighting and keeping the queens on the board. Bishop c5, c3, castles, castles, rook e8. White developed his knight with knight bd2, a6, bishop takes c6, d takes c6, knight b3, attacking the bishop on c5. Bishop went back to f8, knight a5, which is a nice little blockade preventing black from playing a5 and b6 because this pawn on c6 is hanging. Knight d7, bishop g5, f6 preventing the bishop from attacking the queen. Bishop back to e3, king h8, and now the typical move knight h4, preparing some f4 related breaks. So white is really going for the initiative, but it seems like black might know what he's doing since he is not that much behind on the clock. In fact, he has an hour and 23 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black actually has some extra time
Yes.
comparing with the opponent. And you know, Tal, here I'm quite of surprised because just from the first look, I can see that both knights are far away from the center. And as far as I've learned, this cannot be good. So I assume that the knight of on h4 will eventually come to f5, and the knight on a5 will come to, I don't know, c4 once black prepares b6 or something. But okay, I see that both knights have some reasons to do what they do, but how is that even possible to consider such a continuation as a good one?
That's a good question, and while on principle it's not so easy to justify, we can argue that the position is relatively closed. White has no open files, and his center is very solid. So usually in close positions, one has more time to maneuver its pieces and seek pawn breaks. And in this case, the natural pawn break for white is f4. And we want to move this knight in order to allow f4. And from all the squares that we want to move to, assuming we want to move forward in chess, the most available one is on h4. All the rest of them will give the knight away. And as mentioned, on f5 the knight will stand quite well and exploit the fact that this knight is blocking the bishop on c8. So very interesting middle game. And as Sam is thinking, let us move to board number 4. Maksudlu versus Corey. Let's have a quick look at the opening. e4, e6, d4, d5, e5. We have the advanced French. This is the French defense, and white advances his pawn, so therefore the name.
As far as I know, this is not the most popular French.
Yeah, the most popular move is knight c3, then there is knight d2, and the third in line is the move e5. And it's considered to be a very principled approach, but according to modern theory, it's not that dangerous.
Give any advantage to
like
white.
all openings, but
True.
But let's say from the richness of the position point of view, from the richness perspective, I would say that this results in the most forcing lines that may liquidate into a draw the fastest and pose a bit less problems, and that's why most of the top players don't use this move regularly. Sometimes there are some players who play it as a surprise weapon, just like Maksudlu in this game. But generally speaking, it's quite easy to prepare fourth line against e5 if someone knows in advance that their opponent will play it. c5, c3, knight c6, knight f3. The most natural moves. Bishop d7, preparing the move f6, or queen b6, depending on what white does. If white were to play bishop d3, then one of the most critical moves here is c takes d4, c takes d4, and queen b6, and trying to win a pawn on d4. And then there's a famous gambit after white castles short and black takes the pawn, with a lot of theory and theoretical discussions that continue nowadays even among some club players.
You know, I even had some games here.
Is white?
Yes.
And do you like this position for white?
Yeah, I actually liked it, but frankly speaking, I was not. I had like kind of a bad position with white at some point, maybe in few moves, and then I managed to win somehow. But yeah, that game needed some improvement. But
like all of our games.
Yeah, it was not a problem of the opening. No, it was not the problem of the objectivity of the
game,
of the
opening,
of the opening. Yes, but I didn't remember the right moves. So yeah, and I also think that there is an interesting move here, something like a3. Is it here or maybe?
Yeah. It's one of the main moves. That's correct.
Yes.
And so the three most common moves
and
for white.
And there is also another move, which is knight f3 in some way. Maybe not in here.
After knight g7, when the bishop cannot capture on a3, then white sometimes play knight a3, knight c2.
Yes, there is also this idea. And even when bishop can't capture, actually, that move exists.
It's considered to be good for black to allow c takes d4 and bishop takes a3.
There is a very tricky move because white has to remember exactly how to react. But in any case,
black?
Yes.
Here?
I'm not sure if it's here or...
as far as I know, they play knight a3 after black plays knight g7, which is one of the main moves. And then white plays knight a3. And because the bishop cannot capture, after knight f5, knight c2, and the knight is in time to support the center. But yeah, the move knight a3 in itself, just like this, let's say after bishop d7, it exists maybe, but it is not considered to be the principal approach for white to play for an advantage. And the three main moves here are bishop e2, a3, and bishop d3. And after bishop e2, f6 is the main move, and also knight g7 is the old main line here. Black played f6, castles, f takes e5 following the main variation, knight takes e5, knight takes e5. For some reason we cannot see the analysis on the analysis board. Something is...
No,
oh, okay, now it's back.
Yeah.
Knight takes e5, d takes e5, and queen c7. c4 is the main move by white, which was played. d4. Again, there is some lag, I believe. Bishop f4. And now the move knight e7. So let's show it again here. c4, d4, bishop f4, protecting the e5 pawn. Knight e7. And now black is very flexible. He considers to put his knight on either of these squares, sometimes even on f5. And ideally he wants to develop his bishop to g7 if possible, and put pressure on the e5 pawn. And usually speaking, they castle long. So here, Corey played knight e7 and Maksudlu reacted with the move bishop d3. They both are thinking for quite a while. The move knight e7 took black 15 minutes and bishop d3 took white 7 minutes. So it seems like these young players play lots of openings and are not remembering all the moves by heart. They improvise over the board, which personally I find quite impressive at this level. I wouldn't play an opening against top players daring to improvise on the board when they can just blitz the first 20 moves against me and put a lot of pressure and maybe achieve some opening advantage. So quite an interesting middle game by Magsudlu and Corey. And while we wait for a move from black, let's move back to board number 1 between.
Oh my.
We will take the question later when we get back to this board, but just remember the question and we'll get back to it soon. On board number 1, Georgiadis versus Bogner. Since we didn't cover it yet, we started from board number 2. Already the position is liquidated completely into light piece endgame. So
I
it
think
feels
we're
like
sensing something.
yes, we sense some results coming very soon,
Yeah.
and it's quite interesting that on board number 2 they managed to play only 8 moves, and board number 1 has 22 moves by now, and it's a sign that either both players are very confident or both of them are not trying really hard to play for a win, especially the side of the black pieces, of course, because equalizing is not a bad outcome from the opening point of view. But for white to play to get such a position after 1 hour of play is at least on principle considered to be some sort of a theoretical failure, since white has some duty to prove an opening advantage. So we will go over this game soon enough, as we can probably safely assume that the players will have some results. Let's not name any results yet, but so just when we see some result, then they'll probably join us, and we will punish them for finishing quickly by
Absolutely.
being here for the rest of for half of the round at least.
At least.
Yes, we will ask for their opinion on the rest of the games. So yeah, maybe we should be named punishers rather than commentators. So
if we manage to lure them to come
Yeah.
here, which is
lure them. Yes.
Which is not.
Maybe we
yet.
should get some chocolate to the station and like start waving with it. So here, board number 2, Vidit versus Leco. It's funny, Bogner doesn't sit at the board at any time. Like he makes his moves and just starts walking. Vidit is also walking around, and
But perhaps for the other reason.
which reason?
To show that he's confident to his opponent.
And what does Bogner show?
Show that he has black and he has already proven everything.
Which it means that he's confident, right?
Yes.
But
Which means that both are confident.
I don't understand. When I walk around, I feel like
You're nervous.
yeah, and everyone who walks around here are confident all the time. Like if someone is nervous, they're seated by the board and they're just thinking while their opponent is thinking. They show discipline and concentration. Quite a surprise from such top players. Rook b1 on move 8, and we have Leco delve into his second long think, which already lands him in less than an hour. He spent more than 40 minutes on the first 8 moves with black. And let's not forget that Rook b8 was 2 moves ago in this position, was his novelty, so to speak, or his rare move. And after the very natural a3 followed by Rook b1, it takes so much time to think. I really like the video here. We have some ghosts following the game.
Some chess ghosts.
Yes, and yeah, it reminds me of
By the way, I'm
computer
not
game.
sure that it is the same picture on the live stream.
Oh,
So-
maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, perhaps it's
So
just.
we are the only. Oh no, it is.
Oh
yeah,
yes,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
the
You
same
can
ghost.
see it now.
Yes.
So enjoy.
So the video will be back soon, but we are still here. Board number 2. Leco is thinking. We can probably suggest what he's thinking about, either to play b5 or e6 followed by knight g7, which are the two most common plans here. If he goes for e6, then after the move b4, the typical approach is to just develop the knight and allow white to capture on c5, planning to recapture with the d pawn. And maybe later on in the game, in case of, let's say, queen b3, castles, something like e3 or d3, black might develop his bishop to the long diagonal by means of b6 and bishop b7 with a very solid position. A lot of top players enjoy this setup of their pieces against the English symmetrical opening. And as we are waiting for a move that has been played after 19 minutes, b5, we shall move to the next game and analyze it a bit more later.
Which is game number 3.
Board number 3 between Abdusattorov and Shankland. Yeah. g6 has been played by black, preventing the plan of knight f5. And maybe after f4, black wants to gobble some pieces with g5 and a fork against these two. So f4 might not be possible quite yet, but a typical plan could be g3 followed by f4 and a recapture with a pawn later. So we see a very active position for white, and he played the move queen d2, and probably he prepares some tactics with f4, or he just waits for another move before going for his g3 f4 plan. So very interesting position for white. He managed to get quite a rich middle game against the Berlin, so kudos to Abdusattorov for preparing and being so brave to show the way to all of us how to keep the queens on the board. So moving on to board number 4 between Maksudlu and Corey, and we'll take the previously mentioned question from the crowd. Something about the knight, I remember.
What was the question exactly?
Knight d2 instead of bishop d3? Yeah, this would be more natural. Yeah, good point from a person in the crowd that if after white played bishop d3, he spent 2 moves with the bishop, and it makes sense on principle to develop a new piece at every move. And the knight has a clear square. It's not going to c3. It's probably not going to a3. So why not just put it on d2 straight away and see what's happening next? And after bishop d3, long castle, we might receive an answer after following black's and white's next moves. A knight on f3 or g4. Yeah. Yeah, the bishop could have been on either of these squares. Yeah, and now it's no longer flexible. Yeah, I agree. Knight d2 seems more natural, at least to me, and I can't really. Well, I could think of an explanation. He wants to fight against these 2 knight moves. And he wants to have the queen h5 idea in case of knight c6, getting rid of black's castle. And if knight g6, the same queen h5 will be very annoying for black to handle. So he's fighting against this knight and indirectly also against the development of this bishop. And he probably wants that after the move long castle, black will be committed to the king being on the queen side, and then he can start with a queen side pawn storm, opening files against the king. So bishop d3 is the prophylactic move. It's not developing, but it's aimed against the knight and asks black to show where he wants to castle. And black did castle, in fact. So maybe that strategy worked for white, if this is part of his preparation. So moving on to board number 1 between Georgiadis and Bogner. We have the same ending. Somehow they didn't bring back any pieces to life. And I think while they are thinking here, we can go over the
The
moves.
board.
No, the moves of the opening, I thought.
Okay.
That we haven't seen due to the late start. That we apologize for once again. 1d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Black invites white to play knight c3 and the Nimzo Indian, which is one of the most popular openings nowadays, especially after the move 1d4 by white. White played g3, aiming for the Catalan, while preventing the Queen's Indian with b6. So that's quite an interesting move order. It has the minus side that it allows c5 under some improved circumstances for black, but it prevents b6. Black decided not to respond with the principled c5, but to just get back to the regular Catalan, which is probably part of his main line opening. Bishop g2, bishop e7, the main move, knight f3, castles, and now queen c2. The main move being castles, after which the most popular line, historically speaking, is d takes c4, queen c2, a6, takes b5, queen c2, and now there is a very famous repetition after bishop e7, bishop d2, bishop e4, and back. And here there are many moves for white, but one of the most popular moves is to go back with the queen to c2. Instead of going for this castle's main line here, on move 6, Nico went for queen c2, which is a sophisticated move order aimed against d takes c4, which is quite nice in itself, but it has the flaw that it allows black to strike immediately in the center with c5. The principal move is d takes c5, queen a5 check, exploiting the fact that the king is still in the center. And now, after the theoretical move knight c3, d takes c4, castles, knight c6, bishop g5, we have a very well-known position, and queen takes c5, bishop takes f6. According to some theoretical developments, g takes f6 is also considered to be good for black. Some people even claim that it's better than bishop takes, according to computer evaluations and so on. But bishop takes f6 is the solid option, after which white continued with the main move, knight e4, queen e7, and now there are different attempts, including rook fd1 and knight takes f6, but white went for the other option with knight fd2, bishop d7, and he simply took on f6, queen takes, and the other knight to e4, which already implies a lot of exchanges later on in the game. Queen e7, queen takes c4, rook fd8, rook fd1, bishop e8, and queen c5, and the party pooper has done his thing. I don't blame anyone in particular, but I would call it, like, if I had to name names, I would name it the computer. Chess is slightly less creative nowadays when both players are so well prepared, and I'm sure queen c5, while looking as if it exchanges all the pieces and not so interesting to us from the side, computer probably recommends it as the best move with some small plus. And after the natural moves, queen c5, knight c5, b6, knight back to e4, all rooks were swept off the board, and we can safely say that this is very close to a draw already. e3, king f8, the king comes closer to the center in the endgame, knight c3, king e7, king f1, and f6 from black. We can expect king e2 and king d6 to take place soon, with a draw proposal by one of the players sooner or later.
For their sake, better later than sooner.
I don't know. If they agree faster, then maybe we'll have them for more time. So let's prepare some questions about the other games in the meantime. So moving on to board number 2, between Vidit and Leco.
Vidit still has some time advantage. More detailed way, 25 minutes ahead. He's 25 minutes ahead the beta.
Yeah.
As far as I can see, and
They continued with the symmetrical approach after rook b1, b5, cb5, ab5, b4, cb4, ab4, as predicted long time before.
Yes.
Yeah. So we can expect white to play the move d4 next, and black is probably thinking whether to play e6 and knight e7 or knight f6. And I quite like what white has achieved in this opening, because black has committed to the move d6, and he might end up 2 tempi down, which seems like something by normal chess means. And in this case, we can expect Leco to delve into another long thing, trying to solve his issues. He's already almost half an hour behind on the clock, and he's still thinking. He has around half of the amount of time, probably less than half already. Yeah, he started with an hour and 40 minutes. He has less than 50 minutes, and it's only move 11. He has 39 moves. Sorry, 29 more moves to play before the time control. So it's going to be quite tense for him if he doesn't speed up the pace very soon. So moving on to board number 3, Abdusattorov versus Shankland. We have knight back to f3 after bishop e7, threatening f5 and f4, winning a piece. Knight back to f3. Personally, I think g3 might have been an option, but perhaps black wants to play f5 anyway, which probably doesn't make sense because knight g2 is also interesting for white on top of the move e takes f5, which could be interesting. So g3 seems more natural to me. I don't like to move my pieces backwards, but if white played knight f3 here, he might claim that black also spent some time developing his bishop to c5, then to f8, then to e7, and he wants to open up the position in the center with d4 later on. And now we have Sam thinking, and as he does, let us move on to board number 4 between Maksudlu and Corey. And
same situation here, sorry,
yes.
The same 25 minutes ahead for Maksudlu this time against Jorge.
And after the move bishop d3 long castle, white just transposed to the above mentioned position with knight d2, and we can expect black to do something with the knight on e7. A plan that comes to mind is h6 g5, followed by bishop g7, and then deciding where to put this knight. And while Corey is thinking, we can probably go back to board number 1. Nico has a nice posture, thinking about his position while his opponent seems to look for the best way to secure the draw or the equality. Let's try to delve a little bit into this position. Dina, looking at this position with black to move, what would you say, like if out of 100 games there would be one decisive result, which color would it be in your view?
Well, definitely white, because bishop on g2, at least for now, is stronger than the bishop on a8, even though black can always play bishop c6 and
you can do it even now.
Even now, absolutely, and minimize my chances to get something positive for white. But okay, let's just think for a while. Bishop c6, e4, then e5, in a way.
e4 I don't like for white,
because
we are blocking our own bishop.
So
as a general rule, we don't want to put pawns on the same color as our bishop, since it will be a little bit limited later on. After bishop c6, if white doesn't want to exchange, he can play bishop h3, but probably...
But then the diagonal will be for you, not for me.
Yeah, so probably bishop takes c6, followed by king d3, and after king d6, king c4.
Well, here definitely there is nothing to look for, even though the white king is on the 4 and 4th rank and black king is in the 6th rank. I do not believe in any advantage for white here.
Because of the fortress by all the black pawns,
Right, and because
preventing
of the
any white pieces coming forward. So we have a move by black, king e2, knight f7. He didn't want to change the bishops that quickly. And we have Nico thinking. And as he does, we can move on to board number 2 between Vidit and Leco, which seems a little bit symmetrical as mentioned before, but I really like white's chances for an opening advantage, especially given the fact that Petr Leco, one of the best theoreticians in the world, is thinking for so long. And to get Peter Leco out of his book is quite an achievement for any player.
indeed.
And especially when you have a 2 tempi up potentially in the opening. So Leco has some problems to solve, and he really thinks for a while now. As far as I can see, he's been thinking for at least 20 minutes on the past move. Quite a lot. And he still doesn't know how to solve the opening problems. So let us analyze this position for a bit. Dina, would you like to take the place of white, and I will try to suggest moves for black and see how the game could develop, like just to see how a natural sequence of moves could affect the middle game?
Absolutely.
Okay, so here after a takes b4, let's say Leco will play e6.
Okay, so I go as planned d4.
Now, if knight g7, then you have d5. Maybe. Maybe not actually, because I could go bishop takes c3. So I will probably go knight g7.
Knight d.
But d5, bishop takes c3, dc6, knight c6. You win a piece by means of queen c2. So I will show it very quickly, in case the queen c2 could potentially win a piece, because behind the bishop there is the knight. So I cannot really take on c3. For this reason, knight g7 doesn't seem right because of d5. So instead I will play d5.
All right. So I need to figure out where to put my bishop. Let's do it with the help of the f4 square, bishop f4.
Attacking my rook.
Absolutely.
Now I will move my rook.
To a... No, you
I
cannot.
have to protect
yeah, you have to protect the pawn.
moving it to b7.
And now I can go for queen d3, perhaps.
Queen d3. Attacking b5.
Right.
Yeah, the tempo in the opening means quite a lot. It's really uneasy to do anything. Knight a7 seems forced.
Now rook f c1.
Developing the last piece. Knight e7.
Okay, what about I double my rooks on this c file, rook c2,
Castles.
rook c1, rook bc1.
Let's say I go here.
Oh, you attack my pawn, okay. So I do not have any chance, but at the same time, I do not have any choice, sorry, but at the same time... Okay, what if I start not by rook c2, but by rook b2? Let me please come back for some moves, yes. And now I would like to improve my knight by the help of knight b1 and knight b1, yes, knight d2 and knight b3, something like this.
Yeah, I
comes to
like
my
your
mind.
plan, but I would try it maybe right after bishop f4, rook b7, to bring this knight somehow.
Yeah, but I actually want to occupy this
After
C
knight
file.
a7, you could have tried this immediately.
Yeah, but it would be the same, like, wouldn't be? Oh, okay, I can try.
I think bringing the knight to c5 could win some time.
I'm
So
not sure because you can always. Okay, let's check. Knight d2 and knight c6, attacking both pawns. I mean, if you move, you cannot move on c5. So you see, it's kind of the same problem here.
knight c5.
What if I take on d4? Can I? Okay, you take my rook, so I cannot. Sorry. This case I need to move somewhere like on b6.
Here you have g5 maybe.
Yeah, you succeeded with my plan.
Maybe rook fd1.
Can I take now? What's the problem? Here. You cannot win any rook anymore. E4, you want to use the fact that I haven't finished my development.
I want to try.
Nice try. Okay, you're attacking my pawn. Eventually I need to do something with it. Let's try e5.
He takes f4.
E takes f4. And here I go for knight c6. How does that sound to you?
Interesting.
Yeah, you take, I take with my queen.
Now you want to castle, so I want to prevent it from happening too quickly. But it's not easy. Maybe queen d6, but it's not so clear. Seems like an interesting attacking attempt for white, but I can't see a direct way to win for white.
Neither
But
can I.
let's go back.
Yeah, our viewers remind us that knight f6 d4 is already on board.
Knight f6 and d4, which seems really like a dream for white.
Yes.
Starting the game and then gaining another tempo. Now if d5, we can expect bishop f4, so the most natural move to look for is bishop f5 by black. And yeah, I believe that we covered quite a lot of the games so far. So let us have a quick look at the standings again. The overall standings of the event. And as we can see, if Vidit wins his game against Leco, he will be the leader of the tournament so far, assuming Shankland doesn't win. So this is a very crucial game for Vidit, and he is not only leading by the clock, but also by 2 tempi. And as we've seen, Shankland doesn't seem to have many winning chances with black in the Berlin defense. So we might see a new leader to the overall standings of the tournament after round 3, even though he started off, in his own words, awfully in the first portion of the rapid.
Yes, I agree with you, Tal.
So what would you say about about the situation here. What about Maksudlu's chances? Given his relatively sharp position as we've seen before, what do you think about his chances to lead, whether he wins his game today?
So, at least judging by the time, Maksudlu still has a 20 minutes advantage, which means he must have some kind of psychological advantage on his opponent, which could eventually raise his chances to win this game. And that would actually help help him to continue the fight for the highest places in the tournament. I believe he would approach the leaders in this
Yes.
case.
And it's quite interesting to know that even the last two spots in the event are not that much behind. They still have 6 points, and they are one win away from being in the top half of the standings. So let us move back to board number 4 between Maksudlu and Corey. And Corey played the move that we predicted earlier with h6, planning g5 followed by bishop g7. And what would you say about this position? Would you prefer white or black?
Yeah, here actually, that's a good question because from the one hand, I tend to prefer white because I actually play French defense only with white. Well, French defense happens in my games only when I'm playing white, to make it clear. But I can see that white has a clear weakness, which is in e5 pawn. So once black succeeds his plan with g5 and bishop g7, I would be very interested to see how white defeats this pawn. And at the same time, we have already 2 moves in a row, like without any
Delay?
without any delay at all. White has took some time. I believe white took 5 minutes. No,
10 minutes according
10
to what we
minutes to
see.
play knight e4, and somehow black answered up immediately, like
With knight f5.
knight f5.
With 9 seconds.
9 seconds to 9 seconds Corey took to play knight f5, which is
A proof that he's quite experienced in blitz.
yes, or that he has spent those 10 minutes of Maksudlu's time to calculate as well. So
Yeah.
I suggest here white plays h3 to assure the safety of the dark squared bishop, because g5 will come in any case.
Interesting move.
And but there is another point. I think h3, sorry, can be also double-edged for white, because you know, when you're under attack, usually those cases are the same as here when both kings are castled from the opposite sides. So the plan for each one is to attack with pawns, and moving your pawn which defends your king is not such a great idea, because you kind of create the way, or the way for your opponents to open some more files. And you weaken the position of your king. So here an example would be h3, g5, and followed by g4, and opening whether h or g file, or even both.
Maybe I would say.
And don't forget, every time you move a pawn, theoretically you create a weakness, because pawns are the only soldiers on the chessboard who cannot move back.
That's true. And let us move back to board number 1 and see the endgame developments between Georgiadis and Bogner. We already see the knights being swapped after f4. Nico played f4 and agreed to a draw 2 moves later in the previous game, I believe, against Leco. Round 1 or something. Knight d6. No, not 1 against Leco. It was actually round 1.
Was it a rapid game you're talking about?
I think it was not rapid. Let me check. So Nico against, yeah, probably it was rapid, I don't know. I remember Nico having made a draw against Leco in the Catalan, so it was round 2 of the rapid actually. So here after f4, knight d6, b3, knight b5, knight takes b5, bishop takes b5, check. And king d2, king d6, king c3. There's not much that is happening here. The white king will land on d4. If king c5, then b4, king d6, king d4, e5, takes and back. No side can make any progress in this bishop endgame, even in the pawn endgame. So we can expect a result to take place soon. In fact, e5 has been played immediately. So probably b4 or a4 can take place soon. And we are expecting a result very, very soon from these two young and talented Swiss players. Moving on to board number 2, Vidit versus Leco, which so far seems like the game with the most chances for advantage for white in the opening.
Well,
d5. So after d4 as predicted, yeah? Bishop f5, rook b3, and now d5.
yes, I'm actually kind of surprised by the time that I see on Peter's clock. It
Wow.
looks like he's not feeling comfortable about the position he has on board, because he has only 33 minutes left when his opponent Vidit has 1 hour 10 minutes, and knowing the fact that we are only on the move number 13, it's absolutely not normal, I should say, judging by an average time you should spend by move.
Yeah, he has around a minute and a half on average for every move in the next 27 moves. That's heavy time pressure. And Leco is one of those players who don't like to play quickly.
Yes, and what I also do not understand at all is how come such a great theoretician, if I may call him, who has without any doubt the biggest, the highest and the biggest knowledge of the chess theory, judging by his experience and even just by the time he has spent throughout his entire life. So how come that with such a great knowledge he spends so much time on making a decision? And what's even worse is that does that make any sense? Because there are so many possibilities in such a composition. I mean, there's nothing sharp here. There are no direct lines, no direct calculations, and the importance of every move is. I'm exaggerating, but there is not such a big importance in every move. It's not like it's not a critical position so far.
Well,
so, Tal,
from Leco's point of view, it might be, because if he doesn't find the plan, then there's not only time pressure, but he could end up under pressure in the position. So the best hope for Peter here is to solve his opening problems and try to play some good moves in an equal position. So it's hard to say whether the let's say the price of every mistake is high or not, because we do have two open files and we do have white leading by development, so we can expect Vidit to play the move bishop f4 followed by knight e5, and it's up to Peter to solve some very concrete problems in these openings, and I honestly don't know whether he succeeds or not. It's really difficult to say, but from my experience in such cases, both as the side with the upper hand or the one defending, chances are not in his favor. And it's not like Vidit is rushing. Look how concentrated he is and how driven he is to find the best way to put pressure.
Okay, then tell me, what was the mistake here for black?
Probably the move rook b8 is rare.
That it is so early, you cannot suggest that it's mistake.
Why not? It's not developing a piece.
Okay, but the position is closed. The matter of the tempo is not that high.
Well, it's not that closed, because once white will push d4 or b4, then suddenly the position opens up. So in any opening, tempo is important, especially if you're losing more than one. Yeah. 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 There is an option to play rook b8 straight away. It's also very rare, with the point of playing a6 and then trying to get b5 next. But here, to be honest, if I understand correctly, white can try to reply by means of e3 followed by d4 and punish black for all of these moves. And the difference between this and d6 that happen in the game is that in case of e5, this move a6 is much less useful than d6. Because after d4, for example, black is not in time to take the pawn comfortably, because rook e1 check with a lot of initiative can come. Just to show an example, he takes d4, he takes d4, say c takes d4, knight d5, bishop f4 is coming, rook e1, maybe even bishop g5, and black can be under heavy pressure. So in the game, rook b8 is against the opening principles, and even legendary players like Leco cannot do such things without justification. So unless he has prepared it and has clear computer evidence why, evidence backed by the computer why his position is very good, or at least survivable or safe, then he might end up in trouble like this game. So the lesson for us, sadly, is don't come unprepared when playing against good players, because then you can find yourself down in the position and on the clock, and it's very important to know your openings. So fortunately, it's not like it used to be 50 years ago. There are lots of books about openings and DVDs and material and even databases where we can do our own research, and the best chess engines in the world are available free on the internet, so people can just use all the best material for relatively low amount of spendings, and being able to improve their chess and their openings very easily. In the worst case, they can just pay some trainer to teach them some basic things about a specific opening, and in a couple of dozen hours to solve all their problems, even up until a 2200 or 2300 level. So
Tal, sorry for interruption. I think we already have a result on the board number 1.
all right, let's have a look. Board number 1. We see a result. We see the players are not seated any longer.
That's
and
true.
I think it's a good time for us to take a short break and see if we could get them here with us, and if we can talk to them about their game, and maybe punish them for finishing so early, and taking their opinion, of course with their permission, about the other games. Personally, both of them are friends of mine outside of the tournaments, so I feel comfortable asking them all of these questions.
Provocative questions.
Yes,
That's
provoke
right.
them to stay here.
So don't leave. We will be back very shortly.
See you soon.
Welcome back to the third round of Biel Chess Festival 2019. We have some guests here with us. I guess the fastest players for today, Sebastian Bogner and Nico Georgiadis. They have just finished their game in a draw, so we would like to ask them some questions
About the game.
about the game.
So, yeah, each one can use their own specified mouse, and you can fight each other, at least here. And yeah, feel free to show us through the deep moments of your preparations, revealing everything for your future opponents. And let us know, like, I mean, some people think it's a little bit dry, but personally I know when a player is well prepared, there are a lot of things that's going on in our mind during the preparation and during the game and so on. And yeah, I'd love to hear all the secret stories behind this lovely fight.
Well, okay, first of all, I didn't expect Sebastian to play the Catalan. I was preparing some Slav for many hours, also King's Indian, because I thought he was in good mood. He felt in good mood because of his win yesterday. Apparently he decided to play solid and he just was well prepared. Okay, I decided to go for this Queen C2 because I thought he had probably prepared more for castle and Knight C3 here, which I had recently played.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I was right. So Queen C2 is a very safe move, and okay, this line which we played is the main line, and it's more or less forced. I mean, black has other options, of course, on the way. I think here black can, for instance, take G takes F6, but it's a bit more risky. So this.
I think there was a rapid game from Baku after G takes F6.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw it because I prepared also this line
Yeah.
shortly.
And okay, after I already had played Knight F2 once against Peltier, another very strong Swiss player. I think Sebastian saw that game. It went Bishop D7, Knight takes C4, and after that, Knight D4 is an accurate move, which is equalizing immediately. So
You can use arrows with the right click, by the way, because grandmasters like to draw.
Okay, well, I prepared also this line actually because here Queen D3 there was a game.
yeah,
Queen D3 and then Bishop B5. I think this is.
I think this was my game actually.
Yeah, this is maybe the game. Yeah. There's also game Dindrich against Nisipiano. I saw this game
Wow.
and it equalizes. But I think
Yeah, Knight
in
F6
the
is an
game-
improvement.
yeah.
Good.
Knight F6.
Actually, after Queen F6, I played too fast Knight D4. I mean, I thought for 4 seconds.
Yeah.
But then I realized that Rook FD1 was the move I had prepared.
Oh no, really? I
Okay,
thought
I didn't
that
prepare it for this game, but for another game, in 2 weeks ago or something, I looked at this line and I realized Rook FD1 was better. The point is that after Rook FD8 now,
Mm-hmm.
there is Knight E4, Queen E7, Knight E6, and White is better. Because Black doesn't get to play this
Bishop E8 set
Bishop
up.
E8. Okay, I think I can just take the bishop and I'm slightly better. This is the
Yeah.
point.
Mhm.
So
Rook
I
FD1.
think the precisest move is E5, which Sebastian also looked at before the game, and now Knight E4,
Yeah.
Queen E7, Queen B5, Bishop E6, Queen B5. And this position is objectively equal, I think, but White can try something at least. I think Black has to play some precise moves now.
It doesn't look equal to the human eye,
Well,
but it
yeah.
is probably with precise knowledge of the position.
exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was it. Because after Knight E4, Sebastian blitzed out all the moves, and he was just ready for.
Yeah, I just knew
already.
everything here basically until Rook D8.
I think these moves are quite logical. Okay, here I was trying to figure out something special, but I didn't. I couldn't come up with anything else than Rook
Okay, but I
FD1.
think there's nothing
Yeah, there's
actually.
just nothing.
I think
So
Queen C5 is the only idea.
yeah.
Because
Should be-
otherwise I just go Bishop C. Yeah.
Otherwise, you just take and Rook D8. And it's
Yeah.
completely equal.
Yeah,
immediately.
just
Queen
exchange.
C5 here.
No.
I think Queen C5 here. I thought. probably
B6.
B6 was
Mm. Yeah, so Rook FD1
No, Rook FD1 is best. I think.
and
Yeah.
Bishop E8, and now Queen C5, which
okay.
Yeah.
Sebastian was even ready for that. So
wow.
Yeah,
Takes.
there's some funny line actually after B6. Here's Knight B7. I checked this move. and I take here, and here the key move is king f8, I think. Because if he goes knight d6, I have this pin with rook d8, and he cannot take my bishop, and king e7 is coming next. And after rook d3, I think I have like knight e5 jump, so should be clear for black. And if he goes rook c1 in this situation, I mean after king f8, there's rook c1, then just king e7, and I stop knight d6. And I'm just in time after bishop takes c6, and here's rook c8, and again
The
very
pin
nasty
variation.
pin, yeah. And here white is not losing the
Yeah.
because knight d8, very funny move, and it's just a draw actually, because after king takes there's check on d1, and
They're just
rook
exchanging.
d7 and just draw. Yeah.
Let's show the viewers the principal move after bishop takes e8, king e8, the lovely defensive resource. Yeah, rook d2.
Rook d2.
Very
you have to
strong.
Defend the second rank. Yeah.
Yeah, the second rank.
Yeah, so that's basically it. I mean, after knight e4, we were just exchanging pieces, and it was a dead draw.
Yeah, it was not so interesting anymore, but okay.
Okay, I prefer this draw to my draw yesterday. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah.
much easier.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
I was very tired after yesterday's game, so I don't feel so bad about this draw. I mean, it's just
Even
you
though
tried.
It's
you
a
were
normal
playing
game,
with
yeah.
white here. Even though you were playing with white.
true, but okay, Sebastian was well prepared, and okay, we only play. There are only good players in this tournament, so I think a draw with any color against any opponent is a good result for me.
and for me. Oh, oops.
Especially for you,
I
Tyler.
just want to play. I'm not playing. Yeah, knight d8 and yeah, e3.
Okay, here, quickly.
Yeah,
Here I was calculating this. E4. I mean, just to play.
But why not bishop d7?
Yeah, also bishop d7, of course, is possible.
I would play bishop d7, I think,
Yeah. Okay,
and then
this
bring
is-
the king.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you should play f4, e4, e5.
Exactly,
but,
that's what I wanted to play, but now e4.
But then f6, knight f7. It's just,
Okay, whenever I play, it's a draw. Yeah, true.
yeah,
yes. All the ways lead to Rome or something like this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
exactly.
So e3, king f8, knight c3, king e7, king f1. Good move.
Activating your king.
Yes, f6.
Yeah.
King e2. Actually, I started to explain how it's important to bring the king to the center and so on. Then you played knight c3, and I couldn't.
Bishop c6 is
Yeah,
it's
but
an unpleasant pin.
yeah, yeah, but I didn't see that. So yeah, so my explanation collapsed. King e7, king f1, f6, king e2.
Yeah, I thought actually I expected bishop c6 and
Yeah.
just with some repeat moves somehow. Okay.
Yes,
So
and
after knight f7, I thought Sebastian was playing for the win.
Okay, there
Yeah.
are many ways for draws.
yes, many ways to
To equalize.
equalize in an equal position.
Yeah.
King d6, king c3, e5, and a3, lovely move. H6.
Okay, I think it's just important to put the pawns on the black squares. Okay.
Yeah, but here I failed to explain stuff about the position just when you followed the basic principles, because I was very busy with the lovely position that we will soon discuss together with the power of the mass. We will on board number 2. We'll see it soon. But h4, king c5, bishop e4, king d6, and the well-known threefold repetition.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
to do.
And are there rules about agreeing or not being allowed to agree to a draw in this tournament? I failed to read the regulations.
Actually, I have some story to it because my opponent he offered draw after 17 moves, something like this, and but I think it's not allowed until move 40 because I asked then the referee, but it's not allowed actually until move 40.
I also have a story about this topic, but I will keep it for a moment. I'll keep it for a moment where we have this kind of position on all 4 boards, and people keep playing the endgame for on, and then I have many stories to share that I'm not proud of. So yeah, here overall a decent result, one could say, and yeah. It wouldn't be a stretch to now ask you to stay with us for a little bit longer, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
And,
I actually have a personal question to Nico. If we come back to the moment where you have failed to play the move you have prepared, can you tell us? Yeah, let's just move on to that, or move back actually to that moment. Was it instead of Rook D1? Or yeah, it's Rook D1. You said what was the move exactly?
Rook FD1.
Rook F D1 instead of
94.
94. Yeah, right.
Move orders.
So basically, you say you. What was the moment you realized that 94 was the not the right move? Just after you drop off your the hand or
No,
the
no,
knight?
just here it was actually.
So
Okay,
some-
here I thought quickly about Rook FD1 because I had this position in mind, Rook FD8 96, but I realized that there is just B5 after Rook FD1, so I quickly play Queen C4. And here, when I started thinking, I realized that that Rook FD1 was actually should have been played 2 moves before.
Okay, so yeah, you played some moves after, and what were your thoughts at that moment? Did you feel kind of an anger towards yourself?
Yeah, here I was a
And
bit
if
angry.
yes, for how long? Because I am asking this. I find it very, very practical situation that we often have in our games, and I think it's highly important to know how to move on, and not to continue thinking about the position which can no longer happen in the game. So how did you manage to overcome this anger?
Well, yeah.
If
Yeah,
you managed.
I managed.
Can you give us
Luckily, I'm not lost or
24
something.
minutes, eh?
Exactly.
can you give us some advice?
After 20
what should you tell yourself?
After
once
only
you-
23 minutes and 57 seconds, everything was behind me.
Exactly. Luckily, I'm not lost or something. I mean, that would be a completely different situation. But okay, first of all, I spent 10 minutes just to
in a shock.
yeah, to
Yes,
not
in
to
shock.
telling myself I'm an idiot and so on. But then I
I'm
passed
familiar
that.
with this ceremony.
So
We all are, I even believe.
Yes.
so then after that, I thought, okay, now probably it's just an equal position, and you will just keep playing normal moves and make a draw. That's what I told myself, and I was now trying to figure out something to make some pressure, but I couldn't see anything. That's why I spent 23 minutes on this move, and I thought, okay, this game will not take if it's a quick draw, it will not take long anyway, so I can spend even 20 or 30 minutes on that move. It didn't matter so much.
So that's an interesting approach, and a disciplined one as well. And regarding mixing up your preparation, this thing tends to happen to a lot of good players, and I've sought advice everywhere, in every corner of the world, and couldn't find a very convincing way to avoid such things besides working really hard for many hours and repeating over and over again, having the same thing, the same mistake happening in practice games until it doesn't happen any longer. If you have any simpler advice or more practical, please do share. Otherwise,
Both of you guys,
yes,
if you have
if,
some.
Maybe him
yeah.
because he didn't commit that.
I mean, would you use would you claim that the method you use is the same one I mentioned, of just trying to work as hard as you can and repeating a line until you remember it? Or just maybe some technique for the...
Well, you cannot assure yourself that you will remember the position, because, as Nico mentioned, he has prepared it to
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago to another game, another player, and this was kind of a surprise. So eventually, you will all the time have those situations like, okay, I've worked this, I have some notes. What are they?
Yeah. So...
Yeah, I think this is the main problem. That is.
Sorry.
I think this is the main problem, because it's just too many lines at some point, because I also prepared so many lines for this game, and it goes very fast that you just forget some line or some critical position, and sometimes we play too fast, and then like it happened to Nico, yeah, but I think there's not a real way to change it, just to repeat and repeat it for every game, and just to try not to forget. I think for some people it helps that they just put it on the board, because it's also different if you prepare with laptop and maybe it's easier for some people to prepare over the board.
So do you mean you suggest putting into your luggage a wooden chessboard?
Okay, I think for some people it might be helpful. Yeah.
Do you know nowadays grandmasters who do that?
I've heard of a few who claim to do it, but I haven't seen a proof to this day. Using chessboards is a rare phenomenon in chess tournaments. But well, one thing that I have tried is I'll try to make the example over the board here. So for those who do use ChessBase or other chess programs and know what I'm talking about, you usually can use your left and right arrow key or the mouse wheel to move your pieces. So for example, if I press the left arrow key, it will move the pieces very quickly, and that's how usually people repeat their variations very impatiently. And the one method that I use sometimes when I have time and patience is that I use the actual mouse pointer to make the moves for my own side, sometimes for both sides. And by making the moves on the board with the mouse, it's as if I'm making the decision and committing to it, and then I tend to remember it a little bit better. So that's just one thing to notice that that happened to me several times before. That when I use the arrow keys to just move the pieces quickly, then I tend to forget and not have the understanding or the questions about why not to make another move, why this move is why this is the precise moment, for example, in your game to move the rook and not the knight. So for example, if I were preparing at home and I wanted to remember rook fd1, I probably would have forgotten it and played knight e4 and then see that it was a mistake. And when we make mistakes, we tend to remember it better and do the above mentioned ceremony, but at home before the game and not during the game, and then do it in the game as well.
There is also training option, I believe, in ChessBase, where you can just
exactly.
notation, where you can put it and you do not see the moves, and you can make it on your own.
Yes. So I think it's been quite a wise interview so far. Let us move on. I
can add maybe one point. I mean, I have some issues with with transpositions. I have sometimes issues because, for example, that's why I thought maybe it's interesting for the audience.
For sure.
When I played knight c6, I was thinking like 3 minutes, even though I knew the position. But my mind was like, what is the difference between queen takes c5 and knight c6? So that was my problem during the game, because when I repeated the lines or looked at the line, I was just going to the main position, and then I was just analyzing this position. But during the game, I was not sure what is the difference between knight c6 and queen takes c5. Maybe you know.
Shall I explain it to you?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Because this I know.
I found it during the game, but maybe
this much I know.
After queen takes c5, there is bishop e3.
This
I think
was
white
what
is
I
slightly
pointed
better,
out
yeah.
too. And
Ta-da!
queen c7 as knight b5.
Exactly.
This is what I pointed out during the game. But
Okay,
sometimes this is a problem for me. Just
and if you start with knight c6 and now bishop e3, then
probably knight g4.
Yeah, I think knight g4 is an issue.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's not miss the point though, because it's not why knight c6 is not the move. It's the technique of asking questions that matters, and that's actually what I meant indirectly when I spoke about making the moves on my own in the preparation with the file open. When I make the moves on my own, these questions tend to pop up at home, and even if I don't find an answer, or let's say I make up wrong logic, it's still some form of a connection in the brain that helps me remember the move. So for example, I could say to myself something like, okay, I play knight c6 because I'm threatening knight b4, when it's not the case, but then I can actually use it to remember it in this game. So this is not a good example, but sometimes moves are so deep that there is no making sense of them, besides making up some random things like this, and then the connection in the brain helps us remembering the sequence of moves, just like we have in our head. Like if I immediately ask you what's the 14th letter in the ABC, it's not so easy, but you can think logically A, B, C, D, and count. So I have all these logical connections that make no sense, but all together they reach something.
But I think it's a good point, because sometimes for me, I just look at my score sheet and I remember like move 13 is this.
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same for me.
It's very, I think it's very helpful. Yeah.
And that's when I hate myself the most. When I remember move 13, but I can't. But I'm at move 8, and I don't know how do I reach it.
No, to tell the truth, I also draw some kind of paintings while trying to remember my variations, which do not make that much sense, but just, okay, here I attack the queen, here I defend the bishop, and something like this. And it actually it works. Even if it looks kind of silly or not making any sense, but I do think that it's a very good advice to our audience.
Sounds like a very good advice. And
Let's maybe look at some other games.
yeah, in a moment. Once I
If you
finish.
have time, that would be our pleasure to have 2 more commentators here with us in studio.
I agree that this is a good advice.
Yes.
So let's move on to board number 2 between Vidit and Leco, and we have some developments. So let us just remind the viewers and also show.
Not that many, judging by the move number
Yeah, but
and the time on Peter's clock, which is
not so much.
yeah.
Less than 30 minutes. Or
15 minutes already on move 15. He has
Very dangerous.
25 moves for
He's
15 minutes.
risking.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah, so before talking about the clocks, which we did in length earlier,
I think I infected him with the time trouble disease.
yes,
Yesterday when we were playing.
don't infect your opponent. Today you were very thoughtful
Exactly.
towards your opponent, yeah? So here after the normal opening, so this is
for 5 minutes here.
um,
Or he was
yeah, so oh, yeah.
Oh,
There's a lot we can say about and analyze about the clock, but let's just mention the opening. So 1 c4 c5 g3 g6 bishop g2 bishop g7. How lovely, symmetrical English. Knight f3. Now black decided after the usual move d6 and castles to break the symmetry once again with a move that's quite rare, rook b8. That took 3 minutes and a half, and then after the not so unusual move a3, black seemed to have been out of book and played a6 and b5, thinking for more than 15 minutes on each move, reaching this relatively symmetrical position that we saw earlier, only with one major problem, besides the fact that he had around 40 minutes here, that in this position white can play d4 at once and gain another tempo on the top of the regular tempo that white has, and after bishop f5, rook b3, d5, knight e5 came, and yeah, white is 2 tempi up compared to this symmetrical position, and he thought for another 14 minutes and played queen b6. Now bishop e3 is very nice, protecting d4 and also keeping an eye on the queen
and developing the bishop,
preventing knight takes e5, bishop e6, which seems a little bit odd.
Like one more time he loses a tempo.
Yeah, because white was threatening knight takes d5, and now Vidit is thinking quite deeply. He actually played already, so let's see what's the move. Knight to d3 has been played by Vidit, very logical, aiming to bring the knight probably to the lovely c5 outpost, and yeah, attacking the bishop on e6. What can we expect black to play in this position besides thinking for long?
For 15 more minutes.
At least,
He cannot think
at most.
No, but I think the position is quite unpleasant for black, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Without time, it's even more.
Yeah, but it looks
But,
because white will just place his knight on c5 and
Yeah, so
somehow it's not clear what black is gonna do. I mean, knight g4 looks critical, but d5 is dropping probably. So
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe even knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5. Knight c5 looks really strong. If knight e3, fe3.
Yeah, again, d5 is dropping.
Yeah, d5 is really falling, because if you let me take on e6, you have no castling rights after fe. And if you move, like let's say, castle, then I can just take d5 and have a much better position. Yeah, that's quite unpleasant. So knight g4 seems to fail. Knight e4, what about this move? Maybe knight c5 anyway?
Yeah, maybe. Nice.
And if you take d takes, wins a pawn.
But what happens after knight takes d3, knight b4?
Knight b4? That's a good question. Probably not much.
Yeah, knight
So
f4,
knight c5 is not
f4
precise.
might be or same story.
The same, probably. But
Then queen b3 at the end.
What about takes and d5? Or knight e4 and d5? All looks very winning.
Oh yeah,
We
knight
failed to
knight
notice
takes and d5, yeah.
3 grandmasters
winning
lo-
piece.
looking at the position.
4. My
Yeah.
apologies.
Oh yeah, sorry. sorry. 3 grandmasters and 1 elite player watching a position, and yeah, I didn't want you to take credit for blundering this move d5.
Thank you.
So d5 and probably winning the game, and here
I think black must go castle. I
yeah,
think.
probably castle. Yeah. Castle and rook d8, something like that.
Yeah.
so
And just
after having mentioned all the possible blunders,
Rook fd8, some position like that, but it's terrible. Bishop h3 is also coming.
okay, so here after castles, knight c5,
Yeah, at least we can understand why Peter thought for such a long time.
because we can't find a move. So what's the threat for white here? What do you think? Let's say white has an extra move. I have this trick I can
okay,
do.
black plays anyway, probably rook fd8, no?
Yeah, queen d3, bishop f4.
Yeah.
Look at me making all these extra moves. So
Yeah, the main problem is it's so easy to play for white, yeah?
no.
You cannot.
And without
D5
time,
is,
it's very unpleasant.
Okay, we found a plan.
Okay, there's more than one, I guess.
Yeah. So castle knight c5 can be expected soon. Knight takes e6 might be a threat. Queen d3 followed by bishop f4. Yeah, and Peter is the leader, by the way.
Okay, what if
Bishop
I
f4
play
and queen d3 maybe. Right.
knight a7?
Now
Yes.
Rook a3 looks quite good.
rook a3 threatening rook a6. That's unpleasant.
Yeah, if like white manages to play queen b3, rook a1, it's game over, I think.
Oh dear.
It's unpleasant.
It's very
Like,
bad.
can you say that all those times where that Peter's tried to find the best move and eventually is about to get into time trouble, were they reasonable? I mean, I understand that the position is bad, but not having any time anymore is not helping him. So even though, okay, he played rook b8, it was not the best move, but was it worth thinking so much ever since?
I think it's never worth it, but sometimes it's not so easy actually during the game. But I think maybe I cannot imagine that he didn't know the opening actually, because usually he knows a lot of things. So maybe he tried to memorize the lines, or
Because I was thinking maybe he has just been, or he's being a perfectionist, or is it called maximalist, or
Yeah, maybe.
because-
okay, I think maybe also an issue. He's not. I mean, sometimes it's difficult. He's not playing so much, so maybe his time management got worse. I don't know. It can be a reason. I mean, let's say that he's not so not playing so fast. Yeah,
Castles.
can be a reason.
So after knight c5, we can expect black to think for a little while longer.
Yeah.
And he has only 10 minutes.
But we do expect knight c5, right?
Yeah.
I think to answer your question, I think he was just trying to figure out a way to have to get a reasonable position somehow, but he just couldn't succeed. I think that's why he thought for such a long time.
Yes.
I know it because I also think for a long time sometimes, and yeah, I think that's the main reason. Probably it was not worth it anyway, because
It's so rare to see Petr Leco out of book so early in the game.
yeah.
And yeah, we see. I played a move. We see by the outcome of this opening that even against the top players of the world, it's a good idea to surprise them and force them to make some decisions on their own. Because one thing that comes to mind, one argument that I really like, is that because they're so good and they have such high standards, then they have so many more things than us to think about.
That's what
And-
I was telling
and they
the
can
other
spend
day.
more time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like in any science, the more you learn, the more questions you get.
Yeah. And the
And the
more
more
things you
complicated,
know to think about, you feel like you have to think about.
Yes, and the more complicated it gets by every time you actually improve your knowledge.
Yes. So in Petr's case, it kind of backfired because having no time on the clock is bad for any player at any level, and that's the outcome of maybe in a way knowing too much, and at least on a psychological level, because Rook B8 is the result of maybe feeling uncomfortable with the usual main lines because he knows so much about them. So
Maybe
yeah.
he was just not ready. He was just not expecting c4, and he was afraid of a preparation. Probably. I mean, that's
But I still
Yeah.
think that he was trying in a way to outsmart himself.
his
And,
opponent and eventually outsmarted.
Eventually, yeah, trying to come up with something perfectly fine, but eventually outsmart himself because, I still stick to the point that you have a general comprehension, even though you did not prepare that line for a long time. You understand chess. You have a good idea of what positions you like, what positions you do not like, and you can actually perform in so many different ways, and they all will be fine.
Yeah. So we see another two moves: knight c5, rook f8. We can expect queen d3, like mentioned by. But there's bishop f5.
Bishop f4 and queen d3. Yes.
Bishop f4, and if the rook moves, then queen d3. So let's have a look. Bishop f4, rook a8, for example. Now queen d3, attacking the b5 pawn.
Knight h5.
But
no, I think bishop f5, queen b5. Yeah.
so have a look. And now something like cannot do anything. So it doesn't work. So after queen d3, what can we? Bishop f4 and queen d3. What can we expect?
Knight h5.
Knight h5, bishop back,
Bishop just back.
and rook back.
Okay, then.
Can't we try knight f6 back?
Maybe bringing the last piece to the game.
You mean instead of rook b8?
Yeah, because
Isn't b5 dropping?
Just rook a1 and
okay.
rook a6 being a huge
Right.
threat.
What?
Winning here, yeah? Very close to winning. So after rook fd8, not much we can offer. Oh, wait, he played rook fd8, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, queen d3. No, sorry, bishop f4 and queen d3. We can't really offer a reasonable defensive resource. Maybe some exchange sack at some point will take place after bishop f4. Who knows? Some attempt to complicate the game a little bit.
And to give away the quality.
Exchange for free.
And trying to get a pawn, maybe. And then lose.
e3 here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really conversation.
No. Yeah, it's very lost. So after rook fd8, Vidit is thinking. And let's have a look at board number 3 while we wait for a move from Peter, and we're sure it won't take too long. We have some developments on this board.
White has a great position.
Indeed.
This is the Berlin defense, the Berlin Wall. This position arose from the Berlin Wall. Yes, it looks like the F3 Nimzo or the Zamish.
Okay, astronauts is impossible.
Yeah. So let's see. Last time you were here, we looked at knight back to F3. So here, white played knight to F3, C5, A4, knight B8, D4, C6, knight C4. Looks really nice for white, especially given the fact that black played the Berlin. B5, A, B, C, B, knight back to A5, ED, CD, C4, D5, logical move to prepare knight D4, king G8, rook Fe1, bishop G4, knight D4, bishop D6, knight B7, like in your prep, bishop H2, sacrificing the pawn, and F3. That's quite interesting. So, how would you guys evaluate the position?
It's extremely good for white. But
Yeah, white is the pawn down, but
I can't see black's next move.
probably bishop somewhere.
Maybe C8, yeah, even.
Well, but
But okay, it doesn't matter.
what is he going to play next?
Yeah, problem is he
I
has
give
no
you-
moves.
I give you a free move.
Queen B4 probably. And
G4 maybe.
G4 even.
I like G4 and king G3 and just going like this
Maybe.
at some point. And
But now at least I can push pawns B4,
B4.
E4, A5
I
at
thought
least.
queen B4 might be the one.
Yeah, me too.
B4 and then? Really hard to play. A5 you mean?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But okay, you're very fast, yeah. Rook H1.
I might even be threatening to take.
I think you should go bishop C8.
Here? Oh, earlier.
Earlier.
I think either way, black is.
And then
Bishop
get
C8 has
bishop
been
D7, knight D7, knight somewhere, knight C5 basically. Yes.
Yeah, so you guys would take white? For
Yes.
sure. And do
Yeah.
you like the pawn stack with knight B7 here?
Should be almost winning.
Do you like this move? Because maybe white could have avoided it somehow.
Could black have avoided taking this pawn?
On H2?
Well, it would be even worse.
Yes.
Yeah, it will, but then you would have the same situation with the pawn on H2 after knight takes D6 and
Okay.
F3. So,
Not allowing your plan with G4, King G3.
oh yeah. Thanks for noticing.
If I go.
Thanks for crediting me for this plan. I'm sure it was happening in some old game by Bronstein one day.
But if I try to save my bishop and not to take the pawn, there is no chance it could work.
Which move?
Save the bishop.
Knight b7, then bishop somewhere.
Queen is
No, there is a
Okay.
fork.
That
Sorry.
explains everything.
So
Yeah,
in this position, white seems winning even without this knight b7. I know I might sound too critical, but it might be unnecessary. Like if I play f3, for example, do you go to c8?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay, so now, yeah. So let's say, just for example, because like growing up, someone told me that h4 is always good. I know it's a lie, but yeah, let's just, or even let's play it even earlier. Like here, I just go h4. No reason. I just want to play f3 next, and maybe threaten knight b7. e4 is hanging, isn't it?
F3, yeah.
Then f3. Ah, I saw everything.
Yeah, I think it's just.
Okay, even this looks very good for white.
H4 looks somewhat
Amazing.
necessary, but
My pawn is amazing on h4. No, but Carlsen does it. If he can do it, then why not us? Just in random
yeah,
position.
but in general,
Okay,
I-
Carlsen does it on move number 3 or move number 4.
Or move number 25. No, just kidding. Usually the first 15 as part of his Grunfeld prep.
Yes.
Like he played 3 times in different positions in that tournament that he won, which is practically any tournament that took place this year. So
And last year as well.
yeah. So h4 here, just as a random example of asking black to show some move, and if he moves the bishop voluntarily, then we can go h5. So it could be very good for white.
But then E4 is hanging,
Ah, you mean bishop c8, e4 is hanging?
F3.
Okay, I think F3 anyway.
Yeah.
Bishop G3. Okay. I don't know.
Actually, not necessarily
White is
f3 as
much
well.
better in any case.
But just to me, this feels a little bit more principled. To, you know, this brings another piece to the game. Then I have the potential of also bringing the rook one day, and all my pieces are active. Knight b7, like, in a way, because I have more space, I don't want to exchange all these pieces, especially when I give away more pieces in the process. So, yeah. And queen a5 has been played, which kind of proves my point. White is not even playing on the king side. So why would you bother going for this line if you want to just dominate on the queen side? You could have done it without knight b7. So I don't mean to criticize the move, it looks strong, but
knight takes b5.
there's this famous concept that I have seen it first by Dorfman in his book, but maybe it's mentioned in many places, that when someone has a large positional advantage, it's probably not a good idea to just play tactically, because if
you give some extra chances for your opponent to
it's not
to
about
hold,
chances, it's like, as if philosophically speaking, you're meant to play it positionally, and you might be punished by Kaisa for playing dynamically, and not only if in practical terms, but it tends to be an objective mistake when one has just a better position for no reason. And just by playing logical moves, let's not speak about mine, but just move like f3 and so on, and just bringing the pieces to the game, the advantage tends to grow, and the tactical chance will eventually just appear, and we just have to recognize it and not force it. And the same thing applies backwards, by the way. When you have a tactical position and a worse position dynamically, you shouldn't play static chess. You should seek for tactical solutions and play for the initiative. So yeah, that's just a general rule for, let's say, low-level grandmasters and IMs.
I'm not sure if I like this approach, but okay.
Yeah, me neither,
Yeah.
but I just read it.
I would also add the fact that when you have a static, big static advantage, it's just there is another idea of trying to kill your opponent very slowly in order for him not to be able to, was it like sank him or something like this, when he dies in the water without any air? You see, what's the word?
Smother?
Yeah, how you say? Drown. Yeah, I think it's this is the case. So just by giving by trying to go for tactical to tactical position and win like immediately, you kind of give your opponent a hope, and you increase the chances of making a mistake, and your risks are also higher. So yes, just it might be better to go slowly and let him die suffering.
Choke him.
What?
Bishop d7.
Rook a3.
Rook a3.
Provoking b4. Or what?
Yeah, maybe he's planning some
I think he's playing rook e3, yeah.
something like this.
Okay, but black cannot move. It looks completely weak.
Yeah.
It looks
I think he played well.
just over.
Yeah, I think I'm criticizing the wrong players in the wrong moments. Which means that I have a lot to learn. Moving on to board number 4.
If you guys are
Between-
not feeling like
Okay.
leave us do us job, our job
Yes,
alone.
we would love to take a... No, just kidding.
Check this guy.
So,
That game, that was a good game.
okay, let's show you from the start very quickly at the GM speed. No, just kidding.
Okay,
So-
the opening after the
So d4, d5, e5, c5, c3, knight c6, knight f3, bishop d7, f6 coming up soon, castle takes. This is the main line so far, queen c7, c4, d4, bishop f4, and now, bishop f4, and now instead of long castles, black played knight e7, and then bishop d3, forcing black to castle, indirectly, knight d2, h6, and knight e4, followed by knight f5 by black, and Dina's move, h3, g5, bishop h2, bishop c6, rook e1, all natural moves, developing the pieces. Bishop e7, knight f6, h5, and now gobbling the pawn with knight takes h5, knight h4, rook e4. That's
Wow.
very deep chess taking place here. We might drown. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, and d3. You do you.
Complete mess.
I think the hardest position to assess.
In chess.
No, I mean from.
Yeah,
from all games.
yeah, for sure. This is the hardest position in the tournament so far, in my view. Like,
I also think so.
yes, it's as if we're speaking English and they speak French.
Or Chinese.
Yeah.
So maybe some queen g4. I don't know,
So
Queen g4, rook d1,
something like that.
play, but d2.
in this position,
I don't know who is better. Maybe white, but really hard to
It's
say.
very hard to say.
I like this kind of positions when you interview the players and you ask for evaluations in different points. They always, like, I feel they were worse, but the opponent feel that they were worse, and so on. Let's ask about the actual moves, since we can't really afford to evaluate the position.
This d pawn is going to be very annoying. So maybe you should just consider to take it. While it's still possible.
But
No.
then I think it's
Ah, it's
Yeah,
just
it's
losing
not
material.
possible.
Ah,
Rook
rook
e3,
e5,
yeah.
I would also like to take it, but
I know it's just hard.
it's just not
Start with the most forceful, but it doesn't work. You
Let's
have to
make a chess DVD one day, explaining the basics of how to play.
Yeah, queen
complicated
d4,
positions.
d2 or queen d7.
So here, knight
G7.
knight g7.
d7.
Also queen d7 is coming.
Okay, but
So
queen d7.
Queen d7 now.
And then queen d7 and then d2.
Queen g4,
d2,
rook d1.
rook h6.
Ta-da!
No, I do not like knight g7 at all. I would start by queen g4 immediately, and I would also.
That's actually very interesting.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, rook g8.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure about knight g7. But
I want to play some
Maybe.
deep moves. I'm in deep mood.
But now,
I would here choose definitely black.
no, but hold on. There's
But now
no,
knight
there's a
e6,
nice line.
right?
Knight takes e6. Yeah.
yeah, knight
Queen
takes
e6, g takes h4.
yeah.
Oh my
G
god.
takes bishop f5.
Queen takes f5 doesn't work. Oh
No,
my
queen's
goodness.
created.
Wait, here? What if I just take and ruin all
Oh,
your...
but bishop f5, rook takes d2.
Okay. Wow, this is very deep line discovered by none other than Nico Georgiadis, bishop f5, and now here,
Maybe just
if
queen
takes,
e6.
takes, and if you take my queen,
Ah, but
I will
But
take
what
with the
is queen takes
pawn.
Yeah, and
Five
then
and
king
king
c7, yeah.
e6. I don't know.
Bishop g5. What? Which move you said?
Okay,
No,
here
queen
white
takes
is better.
f5
Okay,
after
here I
bishop.
think
No, not here.
here
Not
white
here.
is
Ah, here?
Yes, and then king
Queen
c7.
and king
Queen,
c7.
e6,
e6 and king
Oh.
b6,
king b6. Yeah.
and then rook g8. is-
Wait, why not? E6, king where?
Looks just
King
winning for
b6.
black. King b6. And
Oh.
rook g6 is coming. And
So
queen
it,
h3 and
so
queen
it doesn't
f4
work after all. Yeah?
That's
Such a nice line, but it doesn't work.
For whom?
It's not working out.
White is losing?
I think so. Yeah.
Ah. Just to mess around, yeah?
But rook g6 is
Yeah, but why? Why? Where do I get mated?
Queen e4.
Okay.
queen e1.
Ah. I will keep playing. Okay, sorry. I have to keep trying.
Okay, it's very difficult. I mean.
Wait. Let's try,
Shall
let's
we
try.
just
No,
come
queen
back,
d3
back to the moment?
What happened in the game?
This is an insane position.
Wait. Where were we?
And how's the clock?
Um,
White has more time.
so knight g7 offered by our lovely audience, but sadly it wasn't played. Knight f6. Yeah,
Ah, knight f6. Okay.
makes sense. Um, but let us ask our dear guest here, what do you think about this move h5 here in the first place? Would you have considered it for black?
Probably he was afraid that white would just go some queen h5 or something. That was what he was afraid of, yeah?
Yeah, queen h5 like in the Abdusattorov Shankland game. Just blocking everything.
Yeah,
Somehow black is lacking counterplay. So I think that's why he went for this h5 without thinking too much.
Yeah, very nice intuitive sacrifice with this idea of knight h4. And probably the point after bishop e4 was d3 or something.
Maybe takes queen c6.
Ah, takes and queen c6 and the knight is hanging.
Yeah, it's just
So f, yeah, exactly. f3 doesn't work.
no, that's not working.
No, rook h5.
Maybe knight g3 is still possible, but
So this was a nice idea by black, and then rook e4 is very creative. A move that's easy to miss in the calculation.
Played it in 54 seconds, so he saw it when he took on h5.
Yeah. Bishop e4, d3, knight f6. Very hard to evaluate. Who would you pick?
very hard.
I'm afraid that if we do not stop using for free our dear guests in some nearest moment, they will never accept coming back and joining us the following days. So why wouldn't we just give them some break,
So pick a side.
That's a good idea.
Pick a side and then
luckily for me, they agree with me, even though they absolutely love analyzing
chess.
chess and
Yeah, I
those
was in a
games.
punishing mode for some reason, or mood, I should say. But
completely
I
understand.
think your sins have been forgiven, my friends. And just kidding. Good game overall. Thank you very much for coming here. Feel free to pick a side discreetly regarding the evaluation of this last board that we were going through.
I think I would pick white. But
Yeah.
Me neither.
you would
Me
pick
neither. Right.
Yes.
Either. So both pick white. Yeah, me too. I like the white side because he had less material. That's the general rule of thumb in complicated positions. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts in your analysis with
and
us and
we,
helping us.
we have Nico Georgiadis and Sebastian Bogner, who are winning their last couple of games and drawing against each other. So we appreciate your time and your knowledge and wisdom here. You're welcome any day. And
Anytime.
Yes, and we'll take a short break and get back to you very soon with some more insights, hopefully. Welcome back, everyone. We have some exciting games taking place, and we're back from the break. This is Grandmaster Taran Baron, joined by woman Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. And we will have a look at the second board of the GMT with a very sharp position and very little time for Petr Leco with the black pieces. Vidit with white against Leco. Leco has only 5 minutes left for 18 additional moves, maybe even 19 additional moves that he has to make. He just made his 21st move, rook c8, and Vidit is thinking with the white pieces. And yeah, I think his position is very close to lost by now, because first of all, white can win a pawn on b5, and we have quite a symmetrical position, as we can see on the on the king side, with all the pieces here. Everything is symmetrical. Only a few minor differences. Like all these pieces that I marked are the same exact squares, but the queen and knight are what, and of course the tempo, what makes all the difference. So the queen here on b3 protects the b4 pawn. This queen does not protect the b5 pawn. And also this knight on c5 is extremely strong compared to the knight on f6 that does a job of defending and blocking this bishop. So white can choose between the two very convenient options of knight takes b5 immediately, or knight takes e6, grabbing the pair of bishops, followed by knight takes b5. Dina, if you were to play with white, what do you lean towards? Taking the bishop first or taking on b5 immediately, intuitively speaking?
I would take the bishop first, because whatever happens, bishop is bishop, and knight is knight, and pawn is pawn.
Agreed.
So pawn will not go away, as capturing the bishop is with a tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also it ruins the structure. So with bishop h coming to h3, threatening e6 as a weakness, I would feel very comfortable in this position with white.
Yes, let's take a moment to also speak about the fact that Petr Leco is in time pressure. He has actually Vidit
has joined, is about to join him, by the way, because I believe 21 minutes at the move number 22 is also kind of not that reasonable. So I believe Vidit is trying to hardly prove why all those moves played by Peter previously were not very good. Mm-hmm. So yes, and I, frankly speaking, I would suggest that Peter is way more comfortable now with his time than he was before, because you know, 21 minutes is also not that much. Mm-hmm. And it's only 15 minutes difference, so
yeah. Vidit has 22 minutes, which are not a lot for such a position, though he's not risking anything. Even with 5 minutes, he can quickly blitz moves in such a good position and keep everything together. But when it comes to technique, you want to have as much time as possible to think in a thorough way and find the best possible moves to minimize the opponent's chances. But it's not Vidit's time that I wanted to discuss. I want to mention that he took on b5 without taking the bishop on e6, and it's quite remarkable that Petr played queen b6 in 1 minute and 10 seconds, which sounds like a very fast pace, but if he keeps thinking for 1 minute and 10 seconds for each move, then in about maybe 10 moves he will run out of time.
True.
So he can't afford to think for longer than 1 minute. He has quite little time for each move to make, and something that can be said about time pressure is one of the most important lessons I've learned in chess, painfully, is that when you're in a big advantage, you're having a big advantage, and the advantage on the clock, one should not focus on the opponent's time pressure. That's one of the most common mistakes made even by professionals, and it's very important to just play the position, because Vidit is winning objectively here, and if he will find the best moves, he will win, and he can afford to think for as much as his own clock allows him. And if he will be drawn to play quickly, he can suddenly make mistakes. And it's a very famous story that Mikhail Tal, one of the most well-known chess players of all time, an ex-world champion, used to play very slowly when he had a losing position in order to get caught in time pressure on purpose. He purposefully entered time pressure so that his opponents will suddenly feel the pressure, the psychological pressure to play quickly against him. And he was one of, if not the best split player in the world at the time. And
which also helps.
Yeah, and he managed
when you're
to
in
trick.
time trouble.
He managed to trick his opponents quite a lot of times in losing positions. And personally, I suffered a lot from this case of ruining my advantage when my opponent was in time pressure, and also from the other side of like being in time pressure and having my opponent playing too quickly. So Vidit seems very focused. It doesn't seem like he's relaxed and as if he's already won. So he seems very professional about it, and that he probably knows all about this shallow advice that I provided earlier. And let us focus on the position. Now he took on e6, which kind of transposes to Dina's suggestion. It allows the extra option of queen takes b5, which probably will not achieve that much, but yeah, maybe it was better not to allow it. So we can expect Peter to make his move very soon.
Which he has already done,
On
2 seconds
the
ago.
video, yeah. F takes e6. So we transpose to the same variation proposed earlier. And now let us look at the position and try to predict moves in a simple fashion, in an instructive way. So we ask ourselves, what is the opponent's threat? If they have no threat, we continue with the next question, which piece doesn't work. But since they do have a threat, in this case, the queen threatens the knight on b5, then we can ask ourselves, how can we deal with this threat in the most active way possible, ideally bringing another piece?
Yes, so of course we can defend this knight, or we can move it, but we can also attack in a counter way, which would be something like bishop h3, and now queen cannot take the knight, because then we will have a fork, a double attack to the rook and the king. So yes, here bishop h3 would be also a defensive way, but an active one at the same time.
Yeah, but even though it might be a strong move, let's keep it simple for the viewers who might not have encountered this move just like that, because intuition is something that's really difficult to infect people with and explain. So bishop h3 seems like a really strong move, but let's just mention that the knight is attacked, and how can we play the most simple active move to defend it, which actually was played in the game. So
okay, the most logical move that comes to my mind in this case would be knight a3, because white would not be able to capture the b4 pawn, and if you go to c3, then you would eventually lose this pawn. There is another option, which would be not to move this knight at all and simply defend it by the means of queen a4, which would be way more active than knight a3 eventually.
True.
There is another option which could be not that good as I might have thought at the first time. I was about to suggest rook c5, but then I saw knight d7, so it eventually doesn't work.
So I have a surprise for you.
It did work?
My dear co-commentator. rook c5 was played in the game.
No, you're kidding.
And that's actually the move I meant when I said
Wow.
white can play actively and defend the knight, because we learned earlier in previous rounds about the far post and its strengths. But I will have to admit that I missed the move knight d7 when thinking about this line. But maybe Vidit hasn't, so soon we
Yeah,
will
for
discover
sure
what he
Vidit
has planned. So
hasn't.
let us try to analyze what happens after knight d7 if black were to play this move.
I assume in this case we
Oh wait, sorry. He played your suggested move. First bishop h3,
Oh, okay.
king f7, and only now rook c5. So,
Okay, so
and now we're trying to analyze knight d7.
now actually I think that in case of 97 there would be some idea connected with rook d5 sacrifice quality to kind of ruin the king and take two pawns at the same time.
So I agree for
Or maybe
sure.
bishop e6.
But yes,
bishop
exactly.
e6, king takes e6, and queen d5 with a checkmate in one.
Yes, as you taught us, according to your some of your coaches in the past, the first move you want to check when you calculate
It's a
star
check,
positions
yes.
is a check, and only then captures. And the only check available for white is bishop takes e6, which wins the game if black doesn't recapture. Clearly, we take on d5 and on d7, queen d5. So black has to recapture, and then we follow with mate in two moves. Exactly. But I mean, I think people didn't hear it at home, but yeah,
Yeah, we
it was
had
two
a-
barks exactly by
Yes.
some dog. So
By
here,
our audience, live
Yeah.
audience.
yeah,
So yeah, queen d5 and
King f6.
king f6 and bishop g5
Checkmate.
checkmate.
yeah. So
Very nice trick, which by the way explains the idea rook c5 after having played the bishop h3, because previously I assume it would be double-edged to play
Rook
rook
c-
c5 just to sacrifice the quality. I'm not convinced it would be a good option.
maybe you're right.
Except for the fact that white here could try bishop h3, knight takes c5. No, I don't think. Oh, maybe it works. Bishop h3, knight takes c5, d takes c5, queen takes b5, knight takes. No, sorry, bishop takes e6. What do we have here? Some equality taking on b4.
Pawn up and
Pawn
two
up for
bishops.
white, but
Two
I
pawns
don't
up.
know. 2 pawns up. Okay, that is better. Yeah, maybe it would be also interesting for white.
Yeah. So both moves are interesting, but just to be clear, when looking at such a position, you don't have to always see these intermediate sophisticated moves, but for those who don't have such a developed top-level chess intuition, you could consider making the most active moves dealing with the opponent's threat, and after calculating knight d7, if you don't see anywhere to put the rook which works, then you can start calculating by means of what Dina mentioned in previous streams. Just start by thinking about checks, captures, and threats. So captures make a lot of sense. Sometimes here they don't seem to work. Checks are not available, but there is a very deadly threat after bishop h3, attacking the e6 pawn, which can hardly be defended by black. King f7 fails to bishop takes e6, as mentioned earlier, with a mate to follow. And the move knight c5, as mentioned, fails to probably even b takes c5 if you want, yeah? Even simpler.
Oh yeah,
Just
that's true.
defending the knight followed by bishop takes c6. So, yeah, very difficult position for black. In the game, after king f7, rook c5, rook a8 was played. Vidit played the move bishop f4, which is hard to explain in itself. Probably he just asked himself once again, like mentioned earlier, what's the opponent's threat? This is not a real threat. I have king g2, so he has no threat practically. Which piece doesn't work? This bishop, let's bring it to the most active square. f4 and maybe c7 later. Actually, bishop f4 also creates the threat of taking on e6, followed by knight c7 with a fork, so or knight c7 immediately. So
Both possible.
yeah. So bishop f4 creates a very big threat. Knight takes d4 is not possible because the knight protects this pawn. And now black has played knight d8, passively defending the e6 pawn. And it's pretty obvious that white is not only leading by material, but also has the better position, both in terms of pawn structure, activity of his pieces, and the pair of bishops. And as we mentioned many times before, you need only 2 weaknesses for the opponent in order to win a chess game, traditionally speaking. And here, I think we mentioned at least 4. So, and the clock can be mentioned as well. So,
yeah, of course, time advantage is absolutely the same as material advantage. Please get that serious. It is true, at least according to my coaches.
Practically speaking, yeah.
Who I trust
very
as much
dearly.
as you do.
Yeah. So it is in practice, but to some players it's better to have a winning position than time advantage when your opponent is someone like Mikhail Tal or, let's say, for example, Alexander Grishuk and so on.
Those are two kind of exceptions, because in a usual situation, yeah, time advantage is like a material advantage.
Yes, and we have a very interesting situation here. The moves are being played very quickly. Bishop c7 by white, queen b7 by black. Seems like the only serious option for him. He had 2 squares, but the square on a6 fails because of nothing, actually. There is queen a1 later, but I wanted to say bishop takes d8 followed by knight c7. So maybe it's still very close to winning, but queen a6 is not as good as queen b7 probably. And now played after 8 seconds with only 2 minutes left on the clock for Peter, with 13 more moves to be made until the time control. So on average he has around 40 seconds to make for each move.
Which is not much.
Not much at all, especially given the fact that the position is objectively lost. Queen b7. And now Vidit, with 15 minutes for him, has a difficult philosophical problem, at least that I have faced before. If you have 15 minutes, do you think for 5 minutes and seek for the best move possible, or do you just make a decent move in a minute or 2 to keep the pressure going? Because if you think for 5 minutes for 2-3 moves, then you suddenly get caught in time pressure as well. So it's not so nice to have a winning position against an opponent in time pressure when you don't have too much time on your own. And what I try to do in my own games is to just devote like 2 or 3 minutes, not more, and find a logical move. And let's try to attempt ourselves to think in the same process. What is the opponent's threat? As mentioned before, this is my first question. No real threat, maybe knight d7 or knight d4. Probably, yeah. And then if we answer this question, then we can ask ourselves which piece can be improved while at the same time preventing these threats. And I have 2 things that come to mind. Either some bishop takes d8 followed by queen e3 or something like that, improving the queen with tempo, or probably a more simplistic approach, just playing queen f3 straight away and pinning the knight and just waiting to see what black does before we continue the attack. Both options seem possible. It's not so easy to decide. And
so tell me one more time, how would black defeat the e6 pawn in case if I take on d8 and then knight c7 and then you go rook d6, or
probably yes.
And then I just go b5?
b5, probably knight e4.
All right. What if is there any tactics here possible? Something like capturing on e6
with which piece?
with a knight. Then
Maybe take and rook c6, but
and then capturing on d5 looks like winning. No? Oh, okay. E4.
yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah, looks like winning.
At first sight, it looks winning, yeah. And if queen b5, there is a nice rook d6
Knight c4.
here.
Yes.
Yeah, e6 check.
But I'm not. There is no obligation for e5. I could just capture the pawn.
Yeah, but what do you
Okay.
play here? Queen f3 comes next.
Okay. In any case, well, king d8, queen f3, queen takes b5.
Not after king e8,
Yes.
d8, but let's say
But okay, I would just take the pawn. I didn't want to play e5. There was no threat. I could just take the pawn.
yeah,
Yeah. Here.
and e5 coming up next. Yeah. So in the game, after queen b7, queen f3 was played with a more simple approach mentioned before.
Which was your idea?
So just to quickly mention, the thinking process to achieve such a move is which piece doesn't work, as mentioned. The queen, we diagnosed the threat by black, so we are seeking an active move with the queen that prevents the threat. And queen f3 is very effective. The queen is more active, and now knight e4 is no longer available. And we're preparing move like bishop takes d8 mentioned before, maybe bishop a5 followed by knight c7, or even knight d6 check and rook c7 winning the queen later. So in this case, black is in deep trouble and he doesn't even have time. So he played bishop h6 after 1 minute and 40 seconds. So he played it with only 15 seconds left on the clock.
At the same time, it's not like he had a lot of time. He could afford himself to spend on this move.
Yeah. And now we could expect white to follow the same process. What is my opponent's threat? No threat. Which piece doesn't work? Probably the bishop is active, yeah, as mentioned. The queen is kind of active.
Everything is
Yeah, the rook.
active here.
So the rook, bishop, and knight seem active, but we can argue that either bishop takes d8 is good, or the bishop is not doing much on c7. And if in case we don't want to take on c8 straight away, both bishop a5 and e5 can be considered.
Bishop e5 was
Bishop e5 with a threat of rook c7 followed by queen takes f6.
is the one that happened in the game.
Yeah, which is the most active move in the position. Just brings the worst placed piece, so to speak, into the most central square with a deadly threat of rook c7. And by the way, another threat that comes to mind in some cases is queen takes f6 followed by knight d6, or just bishop takes f6. So we can expect Peter to just go back as he did. And now it's not so easy to win straight away, but let's follow the same thinking process. What is the opponent threatening? Nothing. Which piece can we improve with the most, let's call it, energy as quickly as possible? So we said the bishop is very active, this bishop is very active, the queen is active, the rook is relatively active, it wants to reach c7, but the knight is hanging. And the knight is also very active because there is no real square we can put the knight, which improves it. And in such cases, when we don't have a clear way to improve one's pieces, moves like king g2 comes to mind, because
Yeah,
the king
that's
is
also
yeah.
the same thing I wanted to suggest. There is a king, it's also a piece.
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
way.
So the king is the worst placed piece in a sense, because in many variations we want to play bishop takes c6 check when the knight is not here, followed by knight c7 check and stuff like that. But or let's say even knight c7 first, but then the opponent has always this intermediate rook a1 check, which could interfere with our tactics. And so king g2 just leaves the king in a safer spot and also asks the opponent very politely, what are you going to do next? I'm not threatening anything. How will you prevent it?
Yeah, I also had another option which could be followed just after we play king g2. Sorry, I thought about bishop g4 with the idea of again improving. If all the pieces are great, then what about improving our pawns, or just
Like this?
Yeah, h4 with the idea to just gaining some more space.
Yeah, it's possible. Both moves are relatively
But I still I
positional.
prefer king g2, and then if still I have no tactics and something else concrete, I would go for bishop g4 and h4.
So bishop g4 might be stronger, but in some cases I prefer not to think of plans that involve a couple of moves, because things can change after the opponent's next move. And if I could find a one-move plan to improve a piece that doesn't have any flaws, like the above mentioned king g2, even e3, by the way, the pawn is also some sort of a piece. Yeah?
e3 I do not like, because in any at any moment you could kind of need your queen to go on the open file, C file or A file. So I would keep that opportunity.
Vidit played king g2.
Thank you, Vidit.
And Leco played h5, which in case of bishop g4 would have won a tempo.
Yes,
but doesn't make a whole lot of difference, because now the bishop is limited as well. So now let's continue the same thinking process in this particular position.
I have a good suggestion. What about queen d3 in order to protect the knight, with the idea of moving our rook to c7?
Queen d3 looks fantastic with the idea of rook c7, but let us first be slightly more disciplined than I'm used to be, and say that we follow the same questions. What's the opponent's threat? We address his previous move. Nothing.
No
he has no
threat.
threat. Which piece doesn't work? So this bishop seems to work. This bishop seems to be very active. The knight and rook can't really move to a really good square. So we are thinking about improving the queen. Also, we could mention that h5 has a flaw, that the g6 pawn is slightly weaker. So queen d3 achieves two different things simultaneously. It protects the knight and also kind of winks at the g6 pawn, implies that he might be next. And just one thing to notice is that the queen has a job here. The queen's task is to pin the knight on f3, so we have to be very careful not to miss any tactics involving knight d7 and knight d4, and just make sure very, let's say, think very thoroughly that against both of these moves we have some sort of a refutation or a tactical idea. And I'm sure that's what Vidit is doing right now.
Yeah, already he has, actually he has already taken a decision which did not involve queen d3 at all.
Well, it did involve a piece. A pawn on g3 is also a piece.
Okay.
And he brought it to the game with the idea of g5 winning the game immediately. Also g8 is quite a big threat, so it essentially forces black to capture, which was played in the game. Bishop takes g4, and now black played rook a4. And we can ask ourselves the very same question asked earlier. What is the opponent's threat? Now we can finally answer it positively with rook takes b4. And we have to address it in an active fashion, either with some counterattack against black's king, or some form of a defensive move for this pawn, which personally I cannot really find at this moment. I don't see a move here that does not allow that protects the pawn without allowing the knight to jump. And for this reason, Vidit should probably seek an active means to protect the pawn on b4. So let's say, what is the best or most active move we could think of that in which black will respond to rook takes b4, and then we'll have a good follow-up. So this is already thinking 2 moves ahead, but we have to find something that allows the move rook takes b4. So let's start by looking at our pieces one by one. So this knight really wants to jump somewhere. It's not so easy to allow it to do so. Maybe knight c3 comes to mind, but then it's not so easy to continue.
Knight c3 or knight c7, but again I do not see what's the threat.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be the white's threat?
Yes. In this position, maybe an interesting approach could be h4 followed by h5 with some mating attempts, but once again, it's not so easy to prove. So another move that could come to mind is bishop c7, asking the knight to do something and prove why it's not why the fact that the rook is not protecting it is justified. And here, probably the only serious move for black is to take on b4, attacking the knight on b5. And then we can continue the calculation by means of bishop takes d8, rook takes b5, and now rook c7. And now we can see, for example, a difference that rook b1 check does not exist, and the king on g2 is pretty safe, and rook takes c7 comes next, or even bishop takes c7 with some attacking ideas. Let's analyze it for a moment. In fact, here maybe bishop takes c6 even is stronger. Could be. Both bishop e6 and rook e7 come to mind. And if king f8, we can just take the bishop on g7 and win the game pretty quickly by taking lots of pawns. Queen takes d8 being the only move because the knight is attacked twice. And now rook takes g6. And for example, in case of king f7, just bishop h5 with the threat of rook f6, pretty deadly. So black should be very close to lost by now. And bishop c7 makes some sense. Let's see if...
Yeah, there was another idea suggested by our online audience. 96. I'm not sure what exactly, what was the moment exactly. Perhaps this very moment after rook a4. Knight d6 with the idea of pawn takes, bishop takes, and rook c7. But I think there must be some way to defend it.
Well, it's not that far. Ah, no, here there's bishop.
Yeah, knight c6 you mentioned.
This is very deep, but one can say that it might be a little bit unnecessary, because
yeah, but it's like the topic we have mentioned previously when we had our dear guests here with us. When you have such a great static advantage, what's the point of sacrificing if you do not see anything concrete?
sacrificing is worth it only if we have a justification that is concrete.
Yes.
And here after the move bishop d6, we have rook c7 as a threat, but after king g8, there is no forcing moves that lead into immediate win. So it's better to refrain from such complex lines in time pressure, especially when we are winning without too many efforts. So queen b3 was played, mixing the defense of the b4 pawn with the attack of the rook. Rook a6. Vidit played bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and now it's quite interesting to try to see what he has planned. Probably something very solid, such as e3 followed by a knight move and b5, which seems like he's a little bit off the mark in terms of finishing the game immediately, but he had to do something since his bishop on g4 was hanging. So maybe here he has an obvious continuation. He played e3, so perhaps white just claims that he has a better position of the knight, a more active rook, slightly more active queen, and a passed pawn on b4 that will eventually become a queen. And he doesn't want any nonsense to take place. He's good enough with just these simple advantages. Personally, I think it's better to seek for something more concrete. But as I mentioned earlier, he was under this dilemma of whether to use his 10 minutes to think and search for something, risking not finding it and getting caught in time pressure himself. He decided to be practical, just go for a technically winning position.
And I absolutely agree with this decision.
Well, time will tell. If he doesn't manage to win, then we can say in retrospect that it was a mistake. But of course, everyone are smarter from outside of the board, and like at least feel smarter. And e3, and we can expect Leco to play a move any second now, since he has less than half a minute.
Since he has only 20 seconds.
And he did. Waiting for the update, he played the move rook b6. And suddenly it's not so simple. It's not that simple to prove a win for white. I want to go back for a moment and just talk about the move bishop c7 that was mentioned here. Bishop c7 with the threat of bishop takes c6 in some lines. So,
What would be the lines like if I go rook a8? What has changed
okay, so
since last time we discussed this option?
well, not much actually, because in a way, in this position that we just saw,
Yes.
let's go back for a moment. Black played bishop h6, white went bishop e5, and black went back. And then later on, after rook a4, if I go bishop c7 and then you go back, you spent 4 moves going with the bishop and rook back and forth. I spent only 2 moves going to e5 and c7. So in some sense, white has won 2 tempi.
You know what I see? It's that black's king, as it was weak, it remains weak, and the white king, it was pretty. It was in a kind of safe position. Now it's rather open. So if I want to consider something like we did previously, like bishop takes d8, rook takes d8, knight c7, rook d6, b5.
Well, before we go into concrete variations, let us mention that in this position, just like any position we saw before that was winning, we ask ourselves the same questions. What is the opponent's threat? Currently, there is no real threat. Which piece doesn't work?
h4, h5.
Exactly.
Okay.
So this piece can be join the attack pretty smoothly by means of h4, h5. And while we really want to improve our knight and rook, it's not so easy to achieve. So just by playing h4, we can put a lot of pressure on black's position, and maybe it will collapse because now he doesn't have any clear moves. His pieces are quite disorganized, and let's say just for example that he plays a normal move like rook c8. We go h5, takes, king moves somewhere, and then something like bishop g6. It could be very, very difficult for black because queen h3 followed by some mating threats with bishop e5 can come very soon, and this knight is not very helpful in the defense. And also we'll have the same ideas with bishop takes d8 and grabbing e6 later on. So this simple approach of just going bishop c7 followed by h4 might, if it works, it might work without allowing any counterplay. So in the game, after rook b6, bishop e2 was played, which is already a small sign that something is not going in white's direction.
Yes.
Knight c6, and now Vidit is thinking. And the position becomes slightly more technical than it was before. And
I'm afraid Vidit has kind of lost in a way his advantage. At least he lost.
Not his advantage, but let's say the moment,
the easiness of
yeah.
playing this position.
Let's call it
fluidity.
Let's say that he had a chance to find a way to finish his opponent off immediately, and he chose a technical position in which he might know whether it's winning or not, but we don't. We think he just has a big advantage, which is not as impressive as it was back a few moves ago. But maybe just his simple plan of queen c3 and just bringing his pieces to active squares is good enough to win the game. We'll soon discover. And as we are waiting for a few more moves from them, let's have a look at the third board between Abdusattorov and Shankland, which had an equally interesting position, with the only difference that we neglected it.
We neglected it, and we did not follow any updates
since the interview.
The last time we had our dear guests here.
Yes, so after f3, bishop c8 was played. Queen a5, very nice positional move. I was criticizing it because I chose the wrong moment to look at a really good move and say something about it. I just wanted to attack on the king side, but queen a5 in itself is threatening knight takes b5 and prevents black's only idea of knight d7, because now after the only move bishop d7, the knight is paralyzed. And now actually rook a3 was played, which makes a lot of sense. As I mentioned earlier, white asks himself, what does the opponent want? Nothing. Which piece doesn't work? And bringing it to the game in a very smooth fashion. Bishop e8, knight e6, once again bringing the piece to the game. Knight d7, knight c7, rook a7, and d6. And now, even though black is a pawn up, we can see that on this side of the board, white is 2 pieces up, and he can easily bring his queen very soon from one of the different paths that he could seek for. And after queen b6, he did decide to exchange queens, which is surprising. And e5, maybe he saw something concrete. fe, rook e5, bishop f7, bishop e3, rook b7, takes, and d7, which seems to be very close to winning. If rook d8, then rook e8 check wins the piece, and maybe even much more, because we can recapture with the rook. So after bishop takes, rook takes, this pawn might promote very soon. Plus, we are winning a piece. Rook f8 was played, and now a very creative move by Abdusattorov. Knight e8 threatening the deadly d8 queen, after which black played the only move rook b8. And now, since we are after the time control, white is delving into a long think, and judging by the fact that he's not playing quickly, we can assume that he's not seeing any forced win, which implies that he may have lost the thread a little bit in the process of exchanging queens. Maybe my slightly inappropriate criticism was slightly correct.
Slightly, indeed.
Just on principle, not objectively.
Of course, I completely understand. So, as we are kind of
waiting for a move
in this very game, I suggest we move on to the next game.
Board number 4.
Board number 4, which we have also neglected so far.
Terrible.
Barham Maksudlu playing with white against Jorge.
Yeah, last time we were here, we saw the position after the move rook takes e4 with an exchange sack with the pawn up. So
a completely crazy position, if I
may add.
May add.
And you may. And it became crazier. d3, knight f6 is where we stopped with our dear guests. And after rook d4, queen g4, knight f5, white said to himself, this is not crazy enough. Take my queen, please. And after rook takes d4...
That is so much Parham, you know?
Yes.
As crazy as it might be...
Parhamesque.
Is
maybe
not even enough when it comes to Parham.
Yeah, one of my favorite words in the chess lyrics, let's say, in the chess vocabulary is the Carlsenesque. Have you heard it before? Or Karpovian.
Is it about all those treatments when you visit a doctor?
Not necessarily. It's like playing in Carlsen style is Carlsenesque.
Okay.
And in Karpov style is Karpovian, which sounds like the Victorian era or something like that. So maybe here this kind of decisions in such complicated positions can be referred to as Parhamesque or something like that. And rook takes g4, bishop takes e6, king d8, knight takes g4, and Maksudlu shows quite a lot of creativity in this game, and so does his opponent. And if we had a difficulty evaluating this position before, then we definitely don't want to say anything here. And queen b6, bishop f5. Let's just read out loud some moves and pretend we know something.
And
Queen takes
b2.
Something. Yeah, rook d1, d2, king f1, queen takes a2, bishop e6, king c7, knight e3, rook d8, and king e2. Black seems to have won some material.
Yeah, it's
rook
like
d4.
We have queen against 2 pieces. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Did you count how many sacrifices Barham did in this game?
I don't think it will be an easy task.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, knight f5, queen c2, which sacrifices the exchange back, but under good circumstances, because if white were to take after c takes, rook takes d2, there might be this nice little tactic with d3 check followed by either bishop c5 or bishop b4 winning the game.
Right.
So white decided to play f3, queen d3 check, king f2, and now king d8, protecting the bishop, which I didn't even notice was hanging. Oh, sorry. And now
Minor detail.
g4, a5, h4, G takes h4.
Something tells me that black pawns are a little faster than the white ones.
That don't exist almost. I mean, it was just captured.
I
Yeah,
mean,
the G pawn is the only serious, or e5 are the serious pawns, but they are not
serious
going
enough.
to promote very in a very serious fashion sooner or later. Bishop d5, a4, and sadly for white we don't seem to see any specific way to continue the attack. e6, a3, bishop e5, a2, sorry, and f4, queen c2 attacking the rook, knight takes e7, and we can expect that after the move queen takes d1, white will not have too many options to attack.
Oh yeah, he
or maybe
just
it does.
resigned, as far as I can see on the
Yeah.
on the camera.
So queen takes d1 was played, and white resigned, which is quite a sad result for such a creative approach to this opening. And it seems like all of these players in this tournament managed to create amazing positions with tremendous winning chances for both sides, which is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
And probably the evaluation changed several times during this game, just by how this game looks. I liked white's position at several different places, and I'm sure that we will see some of the developments and evaluations with Corey when he gets here.
Yeah, it feels like one more interview so far, and actually I believe it is a second loss in a row for Barham.
Yeah.
As yesterday he was playing against Sebastian.
Yes.
And here it's a loss with white, which doesn't help.
Yes.
So I guess the high time we did
maybe after we see the time pressure, one more move by Leco. I mean, they just reached the time control, so just let's see if Leco is winning or not. I'm too curious. And
yes,
then
so
board number 2, and then we'll take a short break to prepare for the interview.
Yes, just as we see Corey coming here downstairs,
yes.
We'll make a short break, but now some more updates.
From Leco and Vidit. Rook b6, bishop e2, knight c6, now white played queen a4, king g7, f4, very active move, fixing the black pawns. And as we mentioned, on principle, when we have opposite colored bishops and we are the stronger side, we want our pawns to be at the same color as the opponent's bishop. So that's a good move on principle. Rook a6, queen b3, rook back, and bishop d3, eyeing the g6 pawn. And now knight a7, aiming to exchange some pieces. After knight takes a7, which will probably be played, black will not be able to take on b4 because of the overload. Because white can just protect the knight. So he will probably recapture on a7.
b5.
And we can expect either b5 to be played or a nasty idea such as bishop b1 followed by queen c2 with some checkmating ideas later on.
That is nice.
Yeah, with a very powerful battery along the b1 h7 diagonal. And as we are waiting for a move from Vidit in this position after knight a7, let us take a short break and prepare for what's going to for checking the game between Corey and Maksudlu, assuming that at least one of them would like to join us. So we will be back with you very shortly. Thank you for following. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot of interesting games to see and analyze.
game that has just finished between Corey and Jorge Corey and Barham Maksudlu, who have kindly. Is no sound? Oh, maybe it's mine. Welcome back. We have Jorge Corey and Barham Maksudlu who have just finished their game and kindly agreed to join us in the studio to analyze the game. But before we start with your game, I suggest we have a very quick look at another game, which is very interesting from the chess point of view. Against Vidit and Leco. Guys, what do you think about this position?
I think instead of knight, okay, maybe knight c7 is also interesting move, but instead of knight c7, I suggest knight a7, queen a7, and then bishop.
You can take the mouse, yeah.
Queen a7, and then bishop b1 to plan queen c2 or d3.
Yeah, and checkmate.
Yes.
Oh,
I like it more than knight c7. But maybe knight c7 is also...
this looks winning. Oh, maybe not. So queen b8 could be.
yeah,
queen c2.
Queen b8, queen c2, and
True.
then maybe b5.
So do you suggest that knight c7 was a mistake in a way?
Or wait, I think, sorry. Take, should be one. I think queen
Maybe
d3.
queen b7, so after queen c2, rook b4. So instead of queen b8,
Oh, queen b.
queen b7. So if queen c2, rook b4, and try to...
If b5.
Never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, queen d3 and it's kind of winning.
Also after queen b8, b5, and then queen d3, and after queen e8. Okay, I think black have no move. And then white should win with some
Yeah.
bishop c2 or something like
I
this.
agree. And then queen d3
Yes.
is too strong.
Yes. But okay, knight c7 I think was also a good move. We can check this maybe.
Yeah, what happens after rook takes
Okay.
b4, knight takes e6,
f7.
king f7, and now maybe try knight
maybe-
d8.
And here take.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is too bad.
Yeah.
For black.
Yes.
Okay.
So rook b4 is not possible.
Yeah.
Rook b4 is not possible. All right.
And it looks like if king f7, maybe queen c2. So,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
So
Please.
here, and there is this bishop g6, so rook b4 is not possible. I'm not sure what black can do. Looks like pretty
How is
much
rook
losing.
c6. Yeah. c6.
rook takes c6.
Queen c6.
Okay. Knight b5. No, no sense. Okay.
Could be actually.
Just what would be your expectations about this position in this game
I think
in general?
I think Vidit will win.
We did
Very
go
easy.
easily.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, we will
think-
see that soon.
He's
For
too
example,
strong.
here even 98, and then take. For example, take and b5. This is very bad.
Very bad.
Yeah.
Indeed. Do you think that in a way White has lost his advantage, or it's still nothing to regret?
We can see from the beginning. Yeah?
Yeah. Can we see how this is happening?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was something going wrong here.
Yeah, here, but
How can I? Oh no. 95, 96.
Yeah, you can use this.
I didn't like bishop f5 really.
Okay.
Yeah. I think better
So-
to play castle
Castle directly.
or d5. Yeah, d5 is also.
D5 without tempo.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you can play bishop f5.
Knight e5.
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
should be
I
better?
believe here there's a lot of things to analyze. I just wanted to show you quickly how the game
Yeah.
went
Okay.
went on. So yeah, we were analyzing very deeply the moment that I will show you, which was just before.
I think we just crushed it.
Yeah, here actually instead of okay, queen b3. Somewhere here, I believe we suggested, yeah, maybe instead of bishop f takes f6. So here basically we were expecting a very high advantage, and then somehow at the moment we thought that it might have become worse. I mean, more complicated to win. But here seems like everything is okay for white, no problem so far. All right, so how about we finally go back to your game? I think this is what we are here for. So, yes. You decide from the early beginning or from the critical moments. You choose, so yes,
Let me-
go ahead.
I don't remember the game.
Basically, I think that this advanced French is an advantage for white. But I think you could play. Okay, here bishop f4 was good. I think after c4 you could take on e5.
Oh yeah, I thought about this for a very long time. I was not sure about. Wait, let me remember.
Usually, advanced French is not considered as something that very promising for white. Am I right? I mean, black should equalize normally.
I found some idea.
Okay.
I think okay, this is not so easy for black, but
Practical chances, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this bishop
Okay.
d7 is very old line, but okay.
I didn't like
queen
this.
b6 is more
And
precise
then
move.
Bishop
Okay,
f3.
bishop h5, g6, and bishop
And,
f3,
castle.
Long castle.
long castle.
So now this rook e1 first, probably.
Rook
Queen
e1,
f5.
queen f5.
Looks like it's not that bad for black.
As you thought during the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, that
I thought I
happens.
was kind of losing actually.
Oh, really? You thought you were losing here?
I mean, not like that, but I saw a few lines where it was too risky, like the bishop 3. So I saw castle take. I
Knight
saw that
f6.
about this.
Bishop
and then
d6,
there's this
g3.
g3 and bishop f4.
I think
Okay, with the
f6
idea of
is
bishop
good move
f4.
instead of bishop d6.
Say again?
And knight f6 is better
Then bishop
than
d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
Okay.
Here?
Yes.
So if rook e1,
Queen f5.
queen f4. I didn't see the queen can go to this square.
To f4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow I didn't like my queen. Where is it going? But f5 looks fine.
Okay,
Yeah, I was not sure that how is the position, but it was too difficult for white to develop the pieces.
All right.
Yeah, because if knight c3 you can
Yeah.
easily take, and I can't take back because of bishop c6.
Yes. And some danger
Yes.
here. Okay, so let's go back to the game, shall we? D4 happened.
Here I was very happy after bishop f4 because I think white have positional advantage.
Yeah, I guess if queen e4 works, d4 should be a bad move.
D4 should be
A bad move.
a bad move, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so which means that here for white everything was fine.
Yes.
And what was the critical moment when things started getting not that good for white?
I think the moment was when I took on f5.
Yeah, this bishop f5.
So h6, knight e4, knight f5, so far so good. h3, g5, bishop h2, bishop c6, rook e1.
Rook e1 is very good because I have this f1 for my bishop to defend this g2 pawn. For example, if after bishop e7,
Okay, bishop
knight f6.
e7, knight
Here,
f6.
if knight h4, I can play bishop f1.
If knight h4, you can play
Bishop f1.
bishop f1. Okay. And everything's okay here.
I wanted to play d3 there.
Where
After bishop
here?
f1.
d3, queen
Here,
g4.
g3, yeah.
So after
d3,
here,
queen
Okay.
g4.
queen d4, and what's happening? So here, you take. Yes.
Yes.
Here, rook d1.
So you don't think that the d2 pawn is dangerous?
Probably
No.
not.
Okay.
This 95 is too strong. This is square. I don't know. Never mind.
Okay. So let's make it clear, at least for me. For now, advantage white's okay.
Yes.
Advantage for white.
Yes.
Okay, so we continue. Instead of knight h4, there was h5 that happened in the game.
I think maybe the Jorge missed rook e4. I think
Yeah,
rook e4
I
was
completely
very
missed it.
strong move.
So rook e4 is approved, all right. Bishop takes, bishop takes, g3. I'm very curious to see the moment when the atmosphere has changed
And
on the
here
board.
Knight f6.
Knight f6, all
Rook
right.
d4.
Rook d4, queen g4,
Yeah.
knight f5.
And yes, and here I took on 5 with 4 seconds thinking. I think
4 seconds to sacrifice your queen?
I think
Wow, that is a very strong psychological attack.
I think 4 seconds not enough.
It's an exciting move. So
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but when you can do it in a better way, why not? I mean, if I play here rook d1, then black is in serious problem.
Okay, but my question is, were you considering this move while your opponent was thinking somewhere over here? How much time did you spend for rook? Okay, 31 seconds for knight f5. Is that true? Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I played fast
So
because before
Yes.
before this move. So can you go back?
No,
Oh, I
think,
can.
I
Wait.
think because rook d4,
So-
knight f5 is forced for black.
Yeah, but
Okay, so were you considering this idea of sacrificing your queen a long time ago?
After
Which would explain the 4 seconds hesitation.
so
before I put my knight on f6, I saw this, but here I think bishop f5 is not good immediately.
yeah, so it's important to understand that.
Oh wait,
Oh wait, what's happening? So here, king b8 should be. I mean, it's the normal move. It's
Okay.
a bad move. And this works, bishop g4, and this is good for white.
This is
I
good for
think.
white.
Yeah,
All right.
because the king is in a bad
In a
square.
bad position.
Yeah.
I understand. So,
Now
king
king d8.
d8.
But
No,
before
I
this,
missed queen b6 after.
oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
So
I
here,
missed
queen b6.
Yeah, I only saw queen a5.
Okay, you only
after
saw
queen
queen
B6, I was really
a5.
shocked. Yeah.
And here
Here
we're...
rook d1 and white is fine.
But is fine like better or equal?
Okay,
Or
it
practical
can be
chances?
better because after d2 then I can push f4.
Okay.
This can be better for white.
Say again, it's better or
Yeah,
it's
it's better for white, yeah,
okay.
because, f5 is coming, and if take, I will take and take on d2. But I miss queen b6. Yeah, and after queen b6 is very bad for me. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I was very
So
upset
then
that
my
I-
question would be, sorry, excuse me. Then my question would be, is the queen b6 the only move that that gives advantage to? Where are we? Is queen b6 the only move that gives advantage to
I
black?
think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
if not queen b6, then white is in very good position.
All right.
Yeah, but we can check rook d1 instead of bishop f5.
Okay. Instead of bishop f5, that happened in the game. Rook
No,
d.
no, not here, not
Not
here.
here.
I will. So.
Knight
So
f5,
here,
yeah.
instead of sacrificing
Here,
the queen,
right.
rook d1 first. So if d2 now bishop
No,
f5
bishop
is
f5 is very
is a-
strong. Then
yeah.
take on g4, take on d2,
So-
everything.
the difference is the king cannot go to d8 because the rook is already on d1, so can take the pawn just with check.
I think I just played very fast.
Okay,
if
and,
if I think here even 1 minute, then I can understand that bishop f5 here not working and rook d1 is very good option for me.
And now it's complicated, so if rook h d8,
Yeah, and here
there's
knight
some
d5.
knight d5,
All right.
and I'm not sure what's happening.
And Parham, how much time did you have at that moment when you thought
I'm
for?
very upset about myself because I had something like 13 minutes and I didn't think.
Okay. Yeah, it was kind of a very confident decision that you took. Perhaps this way a little too confident, but you know it's good because we say it's always better in chess to be overconfident than not confident enough. So even if you have such kind of situation when it paid a price, for sure in 10 other cases it will pay back. So do not be that upset of yourself, even if I am in the position to give you any advice.
But I think this is better to think, I mean, at least 1 minute for your move. Even if you saw everything, you can double check and then play.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this was a very big problem that I missed to do this. I think here after rook d1, I don't see any good move for black. I mean, if rook h4, then I can play just
Yeah, rook h4,
yeah, I can just play queen f3.
queen f3.
Yeah. And if rook d8, I can play knight d5. So no, not here. Not
Okay,
here. Yeah, I mean instead of rook h4. So
rook
I don't
d8.
know.
You can play
I can play knight d5.
95. All right.
Yeah, but so I don't know how black should play after rook d1.
Do you agree, Jorge?
I think so.
Yeah. So you both agree that
Yeah.
here after rook d1 there is a nice advantage or a good
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah, I think if I
For white.
play rook d1 here, it would be one of my most beautiful game in my life. But
With a sacrifice eventually on
Yeah.
the next move.
the next move is sacrifice,
yeah.
and but I missed this.
Okay. Okay, so then I have another question for you. Was there any chance White could equalize later on, or it was like no,
No, I
completely senseless?
Well, I couldn't find anything.
Okay,
I
so
was just afraid.
Maybe I can play. Maybe I can play king e2.
two. What was
Instead
the
of it's a bishop e6.
bishop e6?
Which move?
Bishop e6. Let's find bishop e6. It was somewhere in the end,
After
right?
queen take a2.
Somehow I was afraid
Yeah, here
of these
bishop
two
e6
bishops.
instead of bishop e6. What would you suggest?
Here, I think the only chance is play king e2 and
King e2, all right.
Yeah, I didn't understand why you
And
didn't play.
check.
yeah, and bishop d3.
Okay, but still, objectively speaking, should be.
It should be better for black, but this is very difficult to play.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think this was my only chance to take this pawn and then create some chances with my bishops and my pawns. But yeah, bishop e6 is very slow.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
I was going to play some queen b4 maybe or queen b3.
Yeah,
Then after
Queen
take
b4, rook
king,
d2,
king here I think.
King c8.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
king
here
c7.
first. So
Okay.
if e6, king c8.
Yeah,
Okay.
e6.
So e6, king c8, and then rook d8. That was
Rook
my plan.
d8. With
With
the
idea.
idea. Okay,
Yeah.
with the idea. Rook
That was
d8.
my plan.
How does Tal paint those ideas? Yeah, like this. Tal is a very good painter.
Somehow I thought that knight e3 was the critical line.
Okay.
But I didn't like rook h4.
Yeah, I
Rook
thought
h4,
about rook h4 and bishop, g4. Then I thought that I have to play rook g4,
Rook g4, yes.
take,
And
take,
then a5.
and then a5, yeah.
And then just your pawn goes
Yeah,
down.
should,
Let
yeah,
me
should
do
be
it like Tal
losing.
does, something like this, I believe. Am I right? Okay, he
No,
says
when
me.
you play,
That too.
when you play
Yeah.
back, then everything is going
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see.
But I like this rook e4 that he played that I missed. Where is it?
down. It was
Before. I missed this rook e4. It was very good move.
Yeah, very beautiful one. All right, thank you very much for joining us. I believe we have a kind of a queue here today for for the analyzing room. One more time here with us we have Jorge Coria, who won with black against Parham Maksulu, and we switch back to other games which have just finished. So do not leave. We'll be back very, very soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who just won against Sam Shankland with the white pieces. Congratulations for your win. Let's have a quick overview of the game together. So you played with white. So feel free to make the moves. Yeah, E4.
E4, E5.
Yeah, knight f3.
Knight C6, bishop
B5, knight f6. The Berlin.
with D3.
Yeah.
Bishop C5, C3.
Castles. And now Sam surprised you with the move rook e8.
Yeah.
Yes. And this move is not the main move. What is the main move for black?
I think D6.
And after rook e8, so first question is, you're a strong player. You play against a strong player. You know he's well prepared.
Yeah.
You have a new position already on move 6. How do you start thinking in this new position? Like.
Okay, I think logically,
Yeah.
and it's logical that knight bd2 is a natural move, and so.
So you just trust your
yes.
instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you played knight bd2. You took only 4 minutes in a new position, and okay, in my games when I'm surprised by opponent, I think for 10-15 minutes. But you believe in your instincts and you just play knight bd2.
Yeah.
They play a6.
A6.
And now you have a critical decision to make, whether to take on c6 or play bishop a4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
But bishop a4 is well met by b5.
Yeah.
b5, like bishop d3, maybe d6.
Yes.
I think black has comfortable game, and at least in 10 moves or 9 moves he equalized.
Yeah.
And I didn't want that.
Yes.
Bishop c6.
D takes c6.
Knight b3.
Yes. So knight b3 is probably a novelty by now. We didn't see games on the live book, but we will check later if it's actually a novelty or not. The common move here, as we can check, is knight c4.
Knight c4.
Yeah.
Bishop g4.
But then bishop g4, yes.
Yeah.
And then.
h3. Bishop h5, probably.
And the pin is not so convenient.
Yeah.
Okay. So instead you play knight b3 with the idea to attack the bishop on c5. And after he moves, you don't want to allow him to play a5, so you play the knight a5, yeah?
Yeah.
This is prophylactic against black playing a5 or b6, sorry.
It's a typical idea to put knight on a5 and attack that pawns.
You prevent the bishop from developing.
Yes.
So you prevent bishop g4, yeah? You prevent this idea of bishop g4.
And improving my knight's position.
Yeah.
So it looks very natural to me.
Yes. And eventually you will get to the c4 square when black makes some inconvenient moves later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So your pawn played knight d7.
Knight d7.
Oh, wait. Here. I don't see the update on the board. Knight d7, okay. Yeah. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
So you provoke f6.
f6, yes.
Bishop
e3.
e3.
King h8. Okay, king h8 is, I think, not the best move.
Yeah.
Because it was interesting to play knight c5.
For black. And,
yeah, for black.
And now bishop takes, and knight takes b7, yeah. Nice tactic with queen b3, check and attacking the bishop. Let's just mention this, yeah. And king h8, yeah. Queen takes b7.
Queen b3.
And no. Queen d7 first, yeah.
Queen d7, yeah.
Queen b3.
Queen b3 and queen d3.
Yeah.
Queen a4.
And now everything is protected, and black has some weaknesses on the queen side, yeah.
Yeah, but I think the bishop is compensates all these problems in black's position.
Yeah.
And I think the position is around equal and slightly better for black.
Wow, that's quite interesting. I have a question about this evaluation. Does it happen to you often that you evaluate such a complicated position as slightly better for black or for white, and then you come back home, you check with an engine, and you see that you're completely wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah? And yeah.
It
Would you
happens.
recommend for the viewers who are slightly, let's say, higher rated than the average viewer, like the title players, when they are looking at the game, to first look with their, let's say, training partners or coaches without an engine and understand the position very deep, and only then check with
Yeah.
an engine? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because most players are just checking with the engine and they skip the part of
Yeah.
analyzing the game. So yeah, this is a very interesting point. Personally, I will check it myself for maybe 5-10 minutes before verifying, just to learn from what you just said. So what is the move here for black, just to understand?
Queen b5 maybe.
Queen b5, queen
Queen
c2, and
And my plan is b3,
b3.
knight d2, knight c4,
mhm.
rook fd1.
And who has the easier moves? Not necessarily advantage, but the easier game, in your opinion?
I think white.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So here instead, after the move by black,
King
after
h8.
king h8,
Yeah.
you decided to play
Knight h4.
knight h4. Yes.
Yeah. And then he played g6 because if now knight c5, I have queen h5,
Mm-hmm.
and he should play king g8, and I will play rook ad1 or rook fd1
Yeah.
to protect my pawn. And
And-
I think is comfortable play.
Yeah, d4 is a threat
d-
sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah. So very nice. g6 was
G6.
played to prevent knight f5. Yeah.
Queen d2, bishop e7,
Bishop
knight
e7,
f3,
knight f3, c5.
c5, a4 looks natural.
Why does it? I mean, I understand, but let's explain to the viewers, like, why is a4 a natural move?
Yeah,
for
I
you?
want to fix the these pawns.
Yeah.
After maybe he wanted to play here c6,
Yeah.
and after knight c4 he wanted to play b5.
Mm-hmm.
So I am
Preparing for it. Yeah.
yes,
So it's a prophylactic move against black gaining space on the queen side, and maybe after the knight moves. So just quickly, I will show. After the, so in this case a4. If they play c6, knight c4, you are threatening a5. Yeah. So let's just show with an arrow a5, and then this pawn on b7 is a weakness.
yeah.
So very nice. Knight b8 was played. What do you think about this move?
It was surprising move
Mhm.
because I didn't see this one.
Mhm.
So I thought knight f8
Yeah.
is interesting, knight f8, and to put knight on e6.
Mm-hmm.
So
Just-
maybe
Yeah.
maybe white is better, but not too much. So
Mhm.
I think black has a pair of bishops, two pair of bishops, and he's trying to equalize.
Mm-hmm. So knight f8 is slightly more natural, and knight b8. What is the idea behind this move for black? He wants to play b6,
Yeah, he wanted to play b6 and to put
Protect.
knight his knight
Okay.
c6 and bishop e6.
and now you play
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah, I break through
Yeah.
d4
And why didn't he play b6?
because b6 is combat.
Knight
Knight
c4,
c4.
and
Yeah. C takes.
this is probably a critical line. c5.
c5.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a moment. Yeah.
c5, knight f3.
And
Bishop e6.
e6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen
Queen c3,
c3. Knight
knight
c6.
c6.
Yeah. Rook fd1.
Queen
Queen
c7.
c7.
Yeah.
And now, what do you think white should play here? How do you evaluate this position? Like, it's tough, I know, but
Yeah,
just
it's very tough.
I don't know
think.
the answer, but just I want to pick your brain a little bit to see how you evaluate such positions. So
I think equal. Position is equal.
But if someone is better, it probably should be white because of the king, yeah? Yeah.
Maybe
So-
then I play e5, f5, knight d6.
Yeah. And this knight on d6 is very strong, yeah. So interesting. So more or less equal. And b6 looks more natural. This move b6 is more natural than what was played in the game, yeah? So c6. Now knight b8 is passive, yeah, over there. So this knight is not, like the previous move is not justified. Knight c4,
Knight c4,
b5,
stakes, b5, stakes, b5, knight
knight
a5,
a5, e takes d4,
e takes d4,
yeah,
stakes and c4.
c4. And here, yeah, black is breaking the tension. He has some nice structure on the queen side, but with these pawns. But he,
It's
on the other side of the board, his king is completely
weak.
Weak, exactly. So here you decided to make a very typical move, d5,
e5, yeah.
and now you open up the diagonal and the d4 square for your knight to
Yeah.
penetrate his position. Yeah,
And also for my bishop too.
yeah. To stand on d4
yes.
and now he played king g8,
King g8, rook
rook
f1.
f1. What is this move about? Like, how do you think or come up with the move rook f1 in such positions? Because many players, they get winning position and then they can't find this deep grandmaster move.
No, but rook f1 looks very natural because it's like bringing rook into the game.
Yeah,
And I am preparing also like bishop d4, bishop c3 and e5.
so just, yeah, bishop d4, bishop
Yeah.
c3.
Yeah, bishop c3 and e5.
Mm-hmm.
So it
Yeah,
looks
so you prepare with the rook to the open file in advance. So this is the only piece that is not participating in the game and you
Yes.
bring it. Nice.
bishop g4, knight
Yeah.
d4, bishop d6.
Yes. And now you made a very interesting decision. So instead of just playing normal moves that are, I don't know, h3, f3 to attack the bishop, you sensed the moment to sacrifice a pawn in order to get rid of his best piece.
Yes.
Yeah? And you didn't think for too long. You took only 5 minutes and you just gave a pawn with knight b7, yeah?
Yeah.
And my question is that whether you calculated the outcome or did you just feel intuitively that you have strong compensation?
I mean, ace of them. I will calculate it and I feel like for a pawn I'm getting his very strong bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and so I didn't think a lot.
Yeah. Bishop takes h2 is the only move,
Yes,
yeah?
king h2,
King takes h2, queen c7 check,
bishop f4,
double attack, taking the knight.
f3.
Yeah, f3. And now you're a pawn down,
Mhm.
but the position is very unbalanced. And how did you evaluate this situation here?
White is much better
Mm-hmm.
and maybe nearly to winning position.
So
So
bishop has to go somewhere.
bishop
The
c8.
bishop c8 very passive, but he has to develop the knight. And now this is a very interesting move, dominating the queen side. You completely block everything. You're threatening knight takes
Knight
b5.
b5, yes.
Yes.
His only move is bishop
Let's
d7.
just show. Sorry, knight takes b5 because of this spin. So his only move is bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
But now he's taking the square from the knight. So yeah, and here you decided to follow the general rule, at least that we spoke of during the stream a
Yeah.
lot. You ask yourself, what's the opponent threat? No threat. Which piece doesn't work? This rook, and you bring it to the game. Yeah.
Okay,
So very nice. Yeah, rook a3. You want to bring it to
E3.
and push e5 and
E5,
just
yes.
attack.
Just to mate, yeah.
Yeah, just to mate the king. Very nice. And you played it relatively quickly. So you just feel that your position is good and you trust your instinct and go for the attack.
Yeah.
Rook c8,
a3,
rook e3, bishop e8,
e8, knight e6,
knight e6, bringing the pieces
knight
closer.
c7, yeah.
Yeah. knight d7,
knight
knight
c7,
c7, rook a7,
d6.
and d6 because he's attacking your knight, yeah?
Yeah.
With the rook. So he's threatening to take the knight, so you defend it, and now this pawn is cutting all of his pieces from getting back to the defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was interesting for black to try bishop f7,
Yes.
and I wanted to play like rook
a3, attacking a6.
Yeah, attacking with ritz knight b5, bishop e3, like, and I saw the only move is queen c6, knight b5, rook b7, and knight d4.
Yeah.
Probably I'm much better,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah,
After queen c5, queen a6, or
queen c5.
yeah.
Maybe just take knight c5 and rook e2 maybe.
Okay, and now, so this is like, people say that opposite colored bishop endgames are drawn, but because you have knight and rooks,
Knight, rooks,
and he has so many weaknesses, then you have attacking potential, yeah? So you can say that even though the queens are off the board, white has the initiative.
Yeah,
Very, very powerful initiative. So in the game, instead of the bishop f7, the defense that you offer, he made the move queen b6.
yeah, queen b6, queen
What do you
b6.
think about queen b6?
Okay, he's trying to to exchange the queens and to hold
Yeah.
the endgame, but I think he missed this queen b6, e5, if he this bishop e3. He
Bishop
missed-
e3.
Yes, spin.
And yeah, and now you remove all of his pieces from the defense, and the d pawn becomes very strong. Only move rook b7,
Rook b7, yeah, bishop b6,
and now
d7,
yeah, and now this pawn is too strong. Rook f8 is the only move.
only move. Knight
And,
e8.
yeah,
I
knight
played-
e8. Did you feel like you're winning here?
Yeah, it should be winning
Yeah.
because this pawn is very strong.
Yes. And
So, but I didn't see the concrete way to win.
this is why you thought for 26 minutes.
Yes,
Yeah.
26 minutes.
And when you think for 26 minutes, this is something I want to ask for a moment, because most people who are watching haven't thought for 26 minutes in their life for one move. What's going through your head? Is it mostly variations or just general things about the position?
Well, I calculated the variations first of all,
Yeah.
and then I didn't see the win, concrete way to the win, and I understand that I should play slowly to win, and I made
So-
this plan.
What other moves come to your mind except 98? What are the candidate moves? 98?
First of all, I calculated rook e8, rook e8, this
Yeah.
variation, rook b8. I didn't see this in this variation winning.
Because after you win a piece, these pawns are very dangerous.
Yeah, very
so
dangerous.
let's show it very quickly. Rook takes, rook takes, rook
Takes,
e8,
rook
bishop
e8,
takes,
bishop takes.
d takes, queen, rook takes, knight takes, and now b4. Yeah? Or
Probably before.
and it's not
knight
so
f6.
easy.
King f7, I saw this variation and I didn't go for this because I was very afraid
B
of
takes.
this one.
Yeah.
B takes b3, c4. I didn't calculate till the end, but I feel like black has enough compensation.
Yes, and maybe if he finds some
Maybe
nice
he's
idea, he
winning.
could win. Yeah,
Yeah, he could win,
So
yeah.
it's unnecessary
Yeah.
risk for you. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. If you can see until the end in such a position, it's better to play slowly. So, was there any other move than these two that came to your mind?
Yes, I also calculated rook e7
Yeah.
with same idea, but
98.
with more orders. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
98, knight d6.
Yes.
But I didn't like here knight rook d6,
Ah,
knight e8,
the
and
rook.
rook to d2.
The rook is very active
Yes.
now. Yeah. So this is why you pick the other move order
Yeah,
with knight e8 immediately, because you don't allow this rook to be active.
yeah.
So you're forcing rook b8.
Rook e7,
Rook e7.
G5 is only move?
Yes, to free the bishop.
Yes.
Because your threat was knight d6.
Knight d6, yes.
Attacking the bishop, and then
Rook e8 and
then
rook
promoting.
E8, yes.
Yeah, and then rook e8. So g5 only move.
Rook e5.
Rook 1 e5 attacking the pawn.
H6 is
H6
blunder.
was a blunder, yeah.
Blunder, yeah.
And then you played knight d6 and you resigned.
Yes.
Because you're threatening this, and if bishop h5,
F5,
then g4, no, sorry, yeah. G4,
G4, bishop
no
G6,
square.
and rook e6.
And the bishop has nowhere to go. But one last question about this particular game. What happens if he goes bishop g6 immediately, so that the pawn protects the bishop? Did you see a concrete variation or some idea?
No, I didn't see concrete variation, but I think knight d6 is strong move. With ideas knight b7.
Yes.
Knight b7. And
what
probably
can
I
you do
should
here?
win. Maybe rook d8.
And rook takes g5 probably, or something else?
Yeah, probably king f8 and rook e5.
And just f4, f5?
Yes.
Yeah. That's quite slow, but seems effective. So bishop g6, knight d6, and if he is going for some counterplay, your knight also controls
also
everything
protects,
here.
Yes.
So this knight dominates the entire board. Yeah. Reminds me of the Kasparov knight against Karpov when he black had it knight on d3. So this is a very strong piece. So after bishop g6, knight d6 was the way with this knight b6 threat, knight b7
Knight
threat.
b7, yes.
So just to understand, let's say that he plays a random move like ace a5, or I don't know, some general move. Let's say you have an extra move. You want to play knight b7, yeah?
Yes.
And if he takes d8 queen, takes and rook b7, and the endgame is winning.
Yes, yes, winning, yes.
Because g5 is hanging and a6 is a weakness, yeah?
King is cut.
Yeah, so the king is cut, g5 is hanging, and a6 can fall very soon. These pawns cannot move forward.
Yeah.
And with any move like rook d2, you can always, or rook somewhere, you have rook c5 and you're threatening checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a very nice liquidation, let's say, conversion of the advantage. And I think this is also very mature, that when you had a very winning position, then suddenly you made probably inaccurate moves, and you realized after the time control, then okay, you have to win again from the start. You have to play slowly. And many players make the mistake that after the time control they don't see a forced win, and they spend all their time thinking about the forced win, and then let's say they play a move like rook e8, like you showed us, and then enter such variation. They try to win by force, and they miss something, and then they ruin all the advantage because they feel like they have to win immediately. And you understood that if you can't see a win, you have to play and win all over again. And I personally didn't manage to do it in some games and paid a heavy price. So this is quite an advanced technique to recognize the mistake and just take responsibility and try to win all over again. So that's a very nice lesson for everyone. And a beautiful game. And if you don't mind, let's just have a quick look at the game between Leco and Vidit and Leco. So let's switch to board number 2. We see Leco thinking. He's in constant time pressure previously, but after move 40, he suddenly had more time. So first of all, how do you evaluate this position we have on the board right now? It's black to move.
Black to move.
Yeah. So white is 2 pawns up.
I think white is completely winning. Because he's threatening knight f7, like.
Yeah.
Black can take in e3 because knight g4 is threat also.
Yeah. So what happens if knight takes e3?
Yeah, this is interesting.
Probably h4 looks interesting.
Yeah.
And now the bishop is overloaded, and the knight will fall, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Because if knight takes e4, this is comes with check, and then we take the knight and we win. So instead, so after bishop takes g5, knight e5, Knight f7 is a big threat, and Leco has no way to take anything from white. Let's say that he plays just a random move with the king.
King g7.
Yeah.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3 attacking
Yeah.
the knight.
Knight e1.
What happens if I
No,
take?
bishop b1. Spin. Bishop b1.
Sorry,
The
bishop
rook,
b1.
yeah.
Yeah, you cannot take if knight e1.
Knight, king e4.
King e4,
Yeah.
protecting the pawn. Knight takes d3. Or maybe
Yeah.
something else, rook
No.
b2, I don't know. And how does white convert his advantage? Like, what's the plan?
Okay, I mean, to advance the king f5 maybe.
Mm-hmm. And you put pressure on this
Yes.
pawn. Let's say I defend. Maybe bishop e4.
Bishop e4 cutting his knight, yeah?
Yeah, controlling the
and knight
the
g4,
knight.
yeah?
And now the threat is knight g4,
Yeah.
and
Should be winning, yeah?
should be completely winning
Yeah.
for white. But let's just see, just a
Knight
few
g4,
moves.
yeah.
Knight g4, bishop h4. How to completely finish the game? Like, what is the simplest plan that you can think of? Probably try to checkmate the black king, yeah?
Yeah, with
So-
bishop d5, yeah?
And then preparing something like this for later.
But
Yeah, not
don't
immediately.
for- yes, e6,
yeah.
yeah.
Don't forget e6 with tactics and counterplay. So first bishop e6 or something, then rook d8, rook g8
Maybe.
with some checkmating ideas.
Or
Okay.
maybe instead of bishop d5, d5 maybe.
Uh-huh.
With either d6.
More classical, just
Yes.
going for d6 and trying to,
If rook d2, d6,
yeah.
rook d6, rook d6, rook d6, easy, e6, and somehow I think king e6 it wins.
You take and then you come back to collect the knight, yeah?
No, yeah, maybe.
Or,
Or
and also this king is cut. It's really nice. Like, these pieces are taking all of the squares from the king, and he cannot really come anywhere. So, yeah, and the knight cannot move, the king cannot escape, and eventually these two pawns will win the game, yeah? Slow technical win.
yeah,
So, very nice. And one last question. Wait, I'll just get back to the position in the game to make sure he didn't make any moves, yeah? So, he did play king g7, and we can expect the move you mentioned
bishop
with
d3.
bishop d3, yeah. Looks really strong, very active. So one last question about the position before move 40. So we had earlier, let's say a position like this. h5, g4, h takes g4, bishop takes g4, rook a4. And here Vidit decided to play, let's call it safely, and play queen b3.
Not to rush, yeah?
Yeah, not to rush. Exchange the bishop, e3, and then try to win slowly with technical play, with the pawn up, which probably is winning. But my question to you, if you had, let's say, 12 minutes here against
12
Leco's 1 minute or 30 seconds, would you try to search for something more concrete? It looks like you can win the game immediately. Maybe, yeah, because all the pieces for white are more active than black's pieces, and he has weaknesses.
But on the other hand, you search for a win, concrete win, and you spend your all time and you didn't find anything,
Yes.
and you could, I think,
You can
Yeah.
risk losing the thread, like
Yeah.
your winning chances. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you have such a winning position, would you try? Your decision is influenced by the time on the clock. Yeah. So if you have, let's say, less than 15 minutes, maybe you think for 2-3 minutes, but if you don't see something clear, you go for a technical winning position.
like Vidit. Yeah.
And like Vidit has. But let's say, how much time do you need to have on the clock to actually go deep into the position and search for a concrete win? Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes,
20 minutes. Is
and then
okay.
you think for like 10 minutes on this position, and if you
Yes.
don't find something,
I play
queen b3
yeah, queen b3. Yeah.
with a solid advantage. So let's just try to see the line that we proposed during the live show.
Yes.
This move bishop c7.
Bishop c7.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If rook takes b4, then we thought bishop takes d8 and rook c7 should win,
Yes.
because just like this, by force. And if the knight moves, then e6 is very weak.
Knight
Yeah, I don't know if there is a,
queen h3 maybe.
yeah, maybe queen h3.
No.
No.
Knight g4 is.
Yeah, maybe bishop e5, I don't know. Threatening something like this, and bishop e6.
But knight d8.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's repeating, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So it's hard to find a concrete way. Maybe
Bishop a5.
bishop
No.
a5,
Knight a5. Taking the bishop.
knight takes, b takes, and maybe knight d6 check if rook takes.
Yeah.
And knight c7 coming up next. It looks like it's more convincing
Yeah.
than the game. So this is and then if he goes back with the rook, what is the plan to win? Like we offered h4, h5, but what do you suggest as a plan to exploit the advantage? And like here, first off, does this look more winning than the actual game? If you had time?
No, actually, I'm not seeing any
It's not easy. Yeah.
tactic. Yes.
Yeah. And the move h4,
H4.
if they like h5 and maybe black's king is very weak and white has domination, like for example something like this, and bishop g6, queen g3, h3 is coming. I mean, if I have the two bishops and the better pawn structure and a pawn up and
Pawn
more
up,
active
yes.
pieces, I don't want to go to an endgame with one pawn up. Yeah. Normally speaking, it's better to win in 2-3 moves and just at least this is Kasparov's approach. Then there is Karpov would always play queen b3 and try to win a pawn up. So it's a matter of style, yeah,
Yeah.
and time on the clock, as you mentioned. So yeah, so this is interesting advice. Would you say that you prefer the Kasparov or the Karpov approach in such position?
I would prefer, I think, Kasparov's
Yeah,
approach. Yes.
if you have time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. So I appreciate your insights looking through your game and answering my questions for this game. And congrats for winning the game today and for overall great performance. I hope you continue to win more games in this event. And thank you very much, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, one of the youngest grandmasters in the world.
Yeah.
So we will take a short break and get back to you with the last game shortly. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. The very last game has just finished. We have Vidit Gujarati with us here, who has just won against Peter Leco. Congratulations, Vidit.
Thank you.
Could you be so kind to show us the very few critical moments of this game, because we understand that you are
Sure.
tired and all?
Sure, sure. So okay, I think after this I was out of my book after rook b8. I mean, usually he either plays e6 or bishop f5. So when he played rook b8, I didn't remember how should white react, because I thought if I play d3 now, then he goes e6, which is a favorable version, because otherwise after e6 I have other options. In this position I have other options apart from d3. So with rook b8 I thought it was very clever. Now he's just waiting. I'm not sure if a3 is the right move. Probably d3 makes more sense. But after e6 I thought, okay, he might have his usual setup. a3, a6. Initially I thought I'll go b4, you know. I mean, it looks nice, but it's just a pawn down. I didn't see any compensation. Like queen b3, knight c6, and okay, how do I even get any counterplay?
Someone lost to Carlsen not so long ago like this. Maybe Vashier.
Yeah, but that was a different.
Yeah, it was
position.
not similar pawn sack.
Yeah, similar pawn sack.
Yeah. So rook b1.
Rook b1. I mean, this is kind of admitting that I don't have any advantage, because
Bishop
for
f5.
he could
Yeah.
go bishop f5 here. The point is d3, and now b5. If I take, I cannot play b4 as c3 is hanging in this case. And I wanted to play bishop d2, but the point was, if he plays b4, ab, knight b4, I had this trick of knight a2. If he takes, queen a4, queen d7, queen a2, and okay, now I'm getting b4, but I think he's just fine after knight f6. Or let's say knight f6 even here. So I play b4, takes, and compared to the game, he is like 2-3 tempis up, and he's completely fine. So after bishop f5, I didn't see any way to prove advantage, because e4 looks really ugly after bishop g4. I was kind of happy that he played b5, so I took b4. Takes. I thought he'll play bishop f5 now. Okay, d3 doesn't work. I saw this, because bishop c3, queen c2, there is knight d4.
Nice.
So bishop f5, I have to play rook b3.
Oh, wait. Here, if you have this, let's say knight h4, knight g5 here.
Yeah. Knight g5. He told me that he was worried about knight g5. The point is, if you go queen d7, now e4, and the bishop doesn't have good squares. But I thought rook b3 is also fine, because after bishop e6, now I can go knight g5. But in any case, he should have played this, because knight f6 I think is a very bad move.
Yeah.
After d4, I don't really see how he can equalize.
Yeah, bishop f5.
d5 was also possible to give an exchange, but rook b3 seemed safer and much more in control.
Yes.
He has to play d5. Let's say you go castle, then these positions are just very bad. I can go bishop e3, bishop c5, and it's one-sided.
Feels almost lost.
Yeah.
So
I think
knight
knight e5
e5.
is good move. It immediately asks some questions. Let's say rook b6, then I was planning knight b5. I mean, I cannot take on c6, rook c6, knight b5 as
Bishop
there is
c2.
bishop c2,
Yeah.
So I play knight b5 first, takes, rook b5, ef6, bishop f6. Now I can play bishop h6, which is annoying. Or I could play bishop e3 followed by bishop c5, which also keeps some pressure.
Yeah.
After queen b6, bishop e3 was good move. Yeah, I mean, bishop e6 looked very ugly.
Yeah.
Maybe he should try rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 seemed more natural.
Yeah, because
What have you planned here?
let's say, can I go queen d2? Yeah.
We didn't really analyze it, but it's just that bishop e6 looked ugly.
Yeah.
Let's say
Losing your tempo.
Yeah.
from optical point of view.
Yeah. I agree.
Rook d8, queen d2, castles, say, for example, like in that line. I mean, I'm sure white should be better. Rook c1 or something, yeah? Some
Rook c1,
threats.
then there is knight e5 and d4.
So
Yeah,
maybe
I
rook
mean,
d1?
still.
Yeah.
95 and d4, no?
Uh-huh.
You mean rook d1?
D1, yeah.
Ah.
Just to try to develop somewhere, and yeah.
Yeah, white is better, but compared to the game, he has more defensive resources.
Yes, and also in this position after knight d5, queen b6, have you looked at this
G4?
funny move?
No, I didn't even consider it. Does it work?
I probably wouldn't say so, but it's
No, I didn't consider this.
just something like silly to have fun with. I mean, these are the kind of moves that cross my mind when I look at such positions. But
Yeah, you stay true to your name, yeah?
yeah, exactly. So just some e4 nonsense and hoping for.
Yeah, it's a bit chaotic, but I'm not sure if it works.
Yeah. I just saw it, but I didn't even dare saying it, like because it felt like bishop e3 is so good.
Yeah, it looks more stable,
Yeah.
especially after bishop e6, and now this move is very good.
Like
The point is, if he takes this, I go back 95,
yeah.
and the piece is trapped.
Yeah, so just to make my point is like that I don't care if it works or not, but the question behind it is whether these kind of funny looking moves come to your mind, or if you just see natural strong moves, then you try to, just focus.
I saw the idea of g4, but not in this position, because I just thought that bishop e3 is so good, I didn't even look for alternatives. As you can see, I played very quickly in 1 minute.
Yeah,
I mean, this looks a bit unnecessary.
yeah.
I
Just
don't know.
I just toyed with the idea.
Although it might be good. It
Yeah.
might be good, yeah.
Yeah.
And just to sum up the opening, we were considering a rook b8 as a mistake, but if I got you right, you would suggest that b5 is not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
b5 is not
He should
the
include
right
bishop
move.
f5 first.
So if black plays bishop f5 instead of b5, then black should be not worse.
Not at all. I
So
think he's
kind of
completely-
equal, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Just to clarify, we didn't say rook b8 is a mistake.
We
We said it's a
suggested,
committing move, and
yeah.
without a justification, then it could be potentially very, very bad. Like it's just not developing, and we need to justify it if we play it with black. At least prepare
No,
something.
It's kind of deep.
Yeah.
Because he keeps this diagonal open. Let's just do.
Yeah,
I mean, he keeps this g7 diagonal open,
yeah.
So for me, it's always difficult to get a3, b4
Mm-hmm.
because of this. And
Yeah, and d4 and
he
e3.
if he had just played bishop f5, his idea would be justified.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, he played b5 after long thing. Probably. I don't
Maybe
know
he
what
didn't like
missed.
something after bishop f5.
No, he told me after the game that of course he should have played this, but okay, sometimes it happens. You don't know why you play such a move.
Yeah. This was probably the critical mistake in terms
Yeah,
of practical chess.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But I thought, I mean, after knight d3, castle, knight c5, and the position looks so good.
Wow. Yeah.
And
This-
the other thing that I couldn't understand is that that we couldn't understand. I'm not sure whether you understood it or not. At least
I take credit for all misunderstandings of positions here.
okay. No, this was more about the time. Yeah. So why black has spent so much time on those very first moves in the opening? I mean, not just 1 or 2 or just the first 15 moves.
You should ask this to Peter because
Yeah,
I cannot really answer this.
Could you
Yeah.
like just being
But I
a
was
strong
happy.
player?
I was happy that he was taking time because then
Yeah.
also it puts pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
But okay, I understand why he'll take time for, let's say, queen b6 because now the position is really tough.
Yeah,
He
you
has to
need to
be quite
find the
precise.
resources,
Yeah, yeah.
defending the resources.
Mhm.
But initially, if he had played bishop f5, I mean,
Yeah.
him taking time would have been completely all right.
But what I want to say is, I believe even b5. Okay, let's assume that it was a kind of mistake, and that mistake was how much time did black spend?
19
on
minutes or so.
19 minutes.
Yeah, 19 minutes. You know, I've heard strong players saying that if you spend more than 10 minutes, I think it was John Nunn who said that if
In
you
his
spend
book,
more,
yeah.
more in his book, The Secrets of Practical Chess, if you spend more than 10 minutes only thinking about the move, the way how like your thoughts become
Like a bit messy, yeah.
messy, and the chance that you will make a mistake rises up.
But I mean, I think it's too rigid. Maybe it's just a guideline, like to always keep a watch on the clock. But some positions really require a deep think, and I think in complicated positions, I also take more than 10 minutes quite often. So, I mean, for me, it doesn't really apply. Of course, I mean, there are some players like Nepo who just play everything in 2 minutes.
Yes, and there is another thing is that there are static positions, there are dynamic positions, and from the early beginning it was a very closed, very calm position. So all you needed to do is to come up with a good plan.
Yeah. Well, that's not so easy to come up with a
Apparently, that's not so easy. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean,
So
I cannot really answer on Peter's behalf why he thought
Yeah,
someone. Maybe
not
he was
just
considering some
to
lines.
being abstract.
I mean, usually it's good because I also heard that if you spend more than 20 minutes, the likelihood of a mistake is higher.
Statistically speaking, that's proven.
Yeah, I have also thought for like many, like 25-30 minutes, and then I blunder mate in one because I was going so deep in the position and I blunder mate.
But later on in that line,
it's the same.
Same position.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, I've been a victim of that.
So let's go on in this case.
I'm glad you provided us with this evidence of
No, I think it's already quite.
Why you should not spend so much time on a mover.
Wow.
Yeah, Rook D8 and now Rook A3 is just very good.
Yeah, we liked Bishop F4 and Queen D3. I believe Nico Georgiadis offered it with us. But yeah, this seems...
What? Bishop F4?
Earlier, yeah. Move ago. Bishop F4 followed by Queen D3. We had Nico and Sebastian here after their game, and they suggested this plan. But as some sort of a pre-move, before Black played Rook FD8.
Okay.
So they just offer this as an idea for White. And it also seems quite legit.
There is some 94.
Yeah. It's
no, 96 is just.
Yeah, 96.
Yeah,
so
probably this is also good. But Rook A3 I thought is just tactically very strong because he can't take on B4.
Yeah, and then
the way he played, I mean,
Rook C1.
Rook C1 is also very precise. Now I'm threatening knight E6 and then knight D5.
Yeah.
It's really hard to play with black now.
Yes, and after Rook C8, I think there is something very aesthetic about this position, that all the pieces are in the same squares except two, and that makes a huge difference in the position.
This queen and knight?
Yeah, exactly. It's so nice. Like only two pieces are in different positions, and this makes the difference between let's call it almost a draw, and like a completely lost situation where like you have so much choice of different advantages that you can pick.
Yeah, I think especially the knight on c5.
Yeah, the knight on c5 is a monster. Yeah, exactly. So here you decided not to take on e6 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I was first considering this.
Yeah.
Because in the game he had this extra option of bishop f5.
And also queen takes b5, or was it not an option?
Sorry, when
after queen b6, knight e6. Yeah, here queen b5 was an option.
I thought this loses in a.
We didn't calculate. We were
so
just
knight g7.
Probably, yeah.
King g7.
Rook c5.
Rook c5.
And
queen e2, and now bishop d5.
Yeah.
It looks a bit dangerous, but if it wins, why not?
Yeah. Probably
this is just winning, right?
We just mentioned it as an extra option without looking at the details, but
yeah, I mean, the extra option was actually bishop f5.
Yeah.
But
and,
I mean,
knight
to
c3,
be honest, this should be. I mean, it's an extra pawn after all, you know.
Yeah.
It should be good for white.
It's not just any pawn. Yeah. So queen b6.
To be honest, at this point, I thought, okay, now it's just win. Yeah, I mean, it's a completely winning position.
Yeah.
Because he cannot really.
Bishop e6. Yeah. This we found.
Yeah. So I was expecting that in few moves he'll resign and okay, I'll go back.
Yes.
I understood why he was such a great player, and he still is. He kept on defending. I mean,
yeah,
it was incredible how many resources he found.
Rook a8, and without time.
Yeah, it was just very annoying. I had like
especially without time.
Yeah.
I had 30 minutes, and he's just defending.
Yeah, Bishop f4 looks so good. Every move of yours
looks good.
It looks good, and even we approved it, which might be a problem actually. But yeah, it was really like. It was not a move that we thought of. It was like we are trying to think of the position, then you make a move, and we're like, yeah. That's the most active move.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was also thinking the same when I played it. This looks good. It should win.
Yeah.
It should win.
So knight d8.
But how do you?
Yeah, bishop c7. We agreed with every move, so take it however you
Yeah,
want.
we agreed to every.
Oh, queen f3 seems very nice.
We agreed to every move up till the moment you played queen b3, which we found rather critical.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but also here we calculated the line, which we are not sure of. Dina offered bishop d8 and knight c7.
Yeah, it seemed quite
And,
simple for
yeah,
me.
and
And
takes.
B5.
Sorry, b5. And if knight e4,
Or
then knight e6 followed by this rook c6 at the end and e4.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay, if this works, it should. Probably this is the cleanest way, yeah.
Well, somewhere here the same knight e6.
And rook
Maybe bishop
c6.
e6 is more accurate.
Yeah, probably.
Bishop e6 is more accurate. Yes.
Yeah, and this, and this, and then, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Seems.
Probably this is how I should play, yeah.
Yeah.
Just when I have an extra material, I always try to simplify and exchange, which might not be the strongest option because it's like when Tal, you were analyzing with Nadirbek, you said, are you a Karpov or Kasparov when it comes to the advantage? So this would be Karpov, wouldn't be?
So we asked him about a position we will discuss soon, and yeah, soon share.
Yeah,
So I
Fischer
just
is,
wanted to exchange pieces and
thoughts.
attack and push the passed pawn.
I stopped after rook d6 actually.
Yeah,
Because I
b5.
felt it's.
Okay, b5. I do not threaten b6.
Yeah, but
There is no threat actually.
there is no
Yeah, there is
threat.
no
But
threat,
let's say
but
if we play f3 next move, then it's gonna be deadly. F3, e4, or
Then you have to be careful, yeah.
yeah. So
because-
e3 maybe. Yeah,
No, but even black doesn't have moves.
yeah. That's the key.
Probably queen b6.
Yeah, and but can we take everything and go b6? Take on e6 and go b6
Oh,
at the
yeah.
end. Yeah,
Yeah, it's lost. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, bishop d8 is. I should have thought a little bit more.
yeah.
Queen f3, but it looks so good. I mean.
Okay, every
Yeah,
piece
yeah.
is just
No, this was my
survivable.
move. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bishop d8 is, I think, a better move.
Basically,
Now, in hindsight, I think
bishop
this is the
d8 was
clear way to win
more-
because I almost messed up.
Yeah.
With incredible talent.
Talent. Yeah. So bishop h6,
Bishop
bishop
e5.
e5.
I mean, he's playing bishop h6, bishop g7.
Yeah, yeah.
I
And
don't see a win.
was bishop a5 an option here?
Yeah, I just thought about it.
Threatening knight d6.
I think I was worried about. Can he play rook c8? But then knight c7. Yeah, even bishop. Yeah, bishop a5 probably is.
An option. Yeah.
Maybe knight c6, knight c7, rook a5.
No, but e6 is hanging.
Yeah, but.
Rook a5. Sorry, I didn't notice
but-
it was a capture.
No, but then it's still winning. I mean,
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
I think knight e8 is there.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop a5 is probably better. But I only see one more tricks, yeah? I mean, I want to play bishop f6, knight d6.
Yeah, rook c7, queen f6. Yeah. Yeah, but here
How do I
king.
win?
I offered king g2 as well. If it's yeah,
It
take it
makes-
however you will. Yeah.
Yes, me too, by the way. But
Yes, we agree. This is the worst sign.
actually, we told each other. So
Which piece doesn't work?
Which piece doesn't work?
The
and
king.
the king, the only piece that.
Everyone are working.
No, you play generally such moves because you don't see anything else.
Yeah, and rook a1 comes up in some lines,
in
or
some
queen
lines,
checks.
I
Yeah,
was just preventing it.
yeah.
Preparing each other for the end
H5,
game.
g4 was.
I mean, in the game, it proved useful to weaken his
Yeah.
king. But he got this trick with rook.
Yes, and now this is the position where
Yeah, this was
we
the
thought was also
important
critical, and also asked Nadirbek about. So first I'll mention the question before talking about the lines.
Bishop d6 or what?
We don't know a specific solution, but like, so would you approach this position like Kasparov or Karpov in terms of like queen b3 is a Karpov style kind of way to convert the advantage, and then Kasparov would like sit here for 10-15 minutes and search for the concrete way?
Of course,
and-
I mean, if you see a concrete way, you go for it.
No,
I
but
didn't see,
will
that's
you
why I-
search for it for many minutes? And Nadirbek mentioned that like professionally you should probably decide depending on your clock. And when you had 15 minutes around here, probably it's too risky to search for direct win when you probably will win without any risk if you go queen b3. So
No,
we,
I did spend some time, but I didn't see anything.
so
Is
bishop
there
c7 is what we were looking at.
rook b4, for example?
Yes, and now bishop d8, rook c7.
So knight c6, yeah.
Yes, and now bishop a5 was an option, and just we didn't look at it deeply. We just thought of it.
This
as
is
an-
interesting. Bishop
Um,
a5 is interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to evaluate.
Probably what you're saying is right. Bishop c7.
I mean, if there is a win, it should start with bishop c7 because rook a8, h4 is a classical approach to creating a second weakness or a fifth weakness. I don't know, but knight c6 is the critical move.
No,
But
I saw knight c6 and then I stopped. But bishop,
Bishop
a5,
a5.
yeah, it's
Now
good.
you have knight a5 or knight b4.
yeah, we didn't bother
with
calculating.
the-
We just
yeah,
looked at it as
just,
an option. Knight
Then-
d6,
yeah,
Knight a6, yeah.
should
Yeah.
be winning.
And if
Yeah.
you take on b4,
knight b4 we didn't really check.
knight b4,
Knight c7, no?
Yeah,
knight
probably.
c7, yes.
Now you can't.
Or no,
defend
knight
e6.
d6 also, yeah. But probably no,
actually,
that's
yeah.
less clear, yeah. So,
Knight d6, yes.
Yeah.
It's incredible how much, how carelessly I played in this part of the game.
yeah.
Because he almost managed to create a lot of problems in this.
Mhm.
And now I have to take bishop f6,
Yeah,
bishop f6, e3. I'm not sure if it's so easy here.
yeah,
now
we
my
weren't.
pieces are stuck, yeah, completely.
Because,
Yeah.
you know, just judging by the common sense, your bishop was active, now it's kind of...
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah,
no, I
your
was
queen
not happy
was,
with the way it proceeded.
You had a good bishop on e5, your queen was on f3 very active, and now it's your...
Yeah.
Yeah, but you regrouped and tried, just like Dirbeck in his own game, at some point when he played 98 after a time control. So you decided you have to win it all over again, in a sense.
Yes, yes.
And
I
that's a
was,
mature decision.
Very dissatisfied actually, because if you look at this position, I mean, it looks absolutely crushing.
Yeah,
And from there to get this, where my pieces are kind of stuck,
yeah,
it's a pity. And I thought, okay, now I have to really work hard again.
yeah. Knight c6, yeah, queen
Queen
a4
King g7. Okay, all sensible moves. Now e5
is a threat.
is a threat. So I thought, okay, let's play f4.
hmm
Rook
Rook
a6,
a6, queen
queen
b3,
b3, rook b6, bishop d3,
Yeah.
and maybe knight a7 is mistake.
Yeah, but we considered knight takes and bishop b1. Is this an option? We didn't really look at it very deeply, but just as an idea.
But it looked quite dangerous for black,
Queen c2
dressing
coming.
in queen g6.
Yeah, so probably, let's say queen d or c2, yeah? No, both are fine, yeah.
When it comes to the opposite
But
color
the thing
bishops,
is,
it's highly important to have a safe king, and here
But
Queen h7, he
is
has a
it still
counter play.
winning?
Queen h7, bishop g6 coming. King f3. Does he have a e5 or what? Or
I
wait,
just played bishop g7 in the end.
uh-huh.
But what I played was much cleaner, I thought.
Yeah, yeah. Probably.
No, but if he doesn't play knight a7, it should be winning. But
Can I go back for a moment?
Yeah.
So the same line you just saw. Here, queen d7, let's say queen c2. You also take on b4. Uh-huh. And here there's no
rook
rook
c8,
c8
rook
because
b1.
yeah, rook b1 or rook b2 or both. Yeah, rook b1. There's no
You have to
direct-
take this.
without
This
it.
is
yeah.
also probably winning, but now queen e8 is next move, and
Yeah, we should probably not allow such.
still looks
Mess.
winning to me.
Yeah.
But
And
I thought
queen
knight
d7.
c7 was just very
And
good.
if b5, just
yeah,
to,
can we start with b5 and
and
then
then queen c2 maybe,
go queen d3, like
or queen d3. Yeah.
Yeah, this is also pretty good.
Uh-huh.
Okay, black just has to wait passively.
Yeah. Now maybe
Now I
king
put-
g3 h4.
and rook somehow I'll try to bring on g1.
King g3 h4 h5 stuff. I don't know. Okay, whatever. It's just a matter of taste and what is more practical.
king g3, queen f7, h4, rook h8.
Yeah, queen f7, and probably
It doesn't
rook
seem
c6.
to-
yeah, yeah.
rook
It's not
c6
that
and,
clean. It's not as clean. So knight takes a7 is just one way, but knight c7 seems
But
stronger.
maybe you should just wait, you know,
Yeah.
not allow any of these things because it's hard to untangle.
Queen d1, he takes on
B4.
b4.
So probably I play queen a4, idea bishop b1.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
bishop b1,
Yeah.
and the same ideas. So knight a7.
Yeah, knight c7, I thought again now I'm winning.
Yeah.
And now it should be over, but he kept on defending. It
Yeah.
was very annoying that he was finding these resources, because when I looked at him, he felt it looked like he wanted to resign, and later on he told me, but somehow he just found this good moves.
Yeah. He played rook b4, knight e6. Yeah, king f7, knight d8, king g7.
But now
Yeah.
it should be winning, yeah.
Yeah, this looks resignable.
Yeah,
But then at
but
the same
still
time,
sorry.
yeah,
It
rook
still
b2.
have to be precise.
Yeah,
And now again knight b4 ideas.
yeah. Rook d7, knight b4, bishop c4.
If I go bishop b4, there is rook e2, and
Yeah.
now I lose the h2 pawn. And
So you
probably all only moves, yeah, bishop
Wow.
c4. Because if not this, I don't see a way how
Wow.
to win.
Yeah, that's so tough to keep your concentration and avoid relaxing too much when it seems like the game is over.
Yeah, it's all about motivation, actually.
But you were very focused. We saw you on the video and you were like thinking,
Very
and
professional.
there was
I had already messed up one win in this game, and messing up two would be too
Yes.
much. So
Yes.
now I realized that I cannot be careless in this position.
yeah, g5.
Even g5, yeah. here.
Yeah, fg.
Because if I play something, if I play f5, he has g4,
Mhm.
and then again some counterplay.
Yeah,
So takes. This knight e5 is very precise.
yeah.
The thing is knight e3, h4.
Yes, exactly. Overloading
bishop
the
e3 is
bishop.
knight g4.
Yeah. So
King
king
G7
d7 and bishop d3.
No,
or
rook
no,
d8
rook d8.
activate.
No, we didn't get the update yet. So, sorry, I'll press this. Yeah. So king g7.
Rook d8. Yeah,
Yeah.
because bishop d3, the game goes on. Knight e1,
King e4.
king g4, knight d3.
We analyzed king e4, I think.
Knight d3. But now he has more options. Yeah, he can play rook b3 also, or rook b2.
And what if king f5?
But the game goes on, which is why should I allow this when I have a better move?
Yeah, true.
So rook d8 was very good. Now it's a mating net. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take king h7 only move.
Rook g6.
Rook g6. Yes. There was idea of rook g4
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
But maybe after king h6 it's not so easy, and there were still a lot of traps. For example, instead of rook g8, I was thinking first bishop d3 also looks winning, but then there is bishop d4, bishop c2, check.
Wow.
Then I thought, okay, this is winning.
Wait, if king e4 after check?
Yeah, king e4, this and rook f2.
Oh, sorry.
How
Yeah,
did
let's
this
get
happen?
the hand. Yeah. So,
Rook f2.
King e4, bishop e5 and rook f2, and now I
Yeah.
lose the h2 pawn.
that's remarkable.
So there was a lot of tricks, which I mean I didn't show all the lines, but every move had some pitfalls. And here I thought this is winning, but instead of rook f2, he has rook g1 check. So I was almost
Wow.
blundering some lines, and then I thought, okay, I have to be careful not
Yes.
to get into this. But I'd seen rook g8,
And
rook
rook
g6.
g6, yeah.
The thing is, bishop g8 is mate, and there are not many moves to avoid it.
Yeah, so it's easy to calculate, to verify. Yeah, rook b8.
There was an idea of e6,
Uh-huh.
because now bishop e6 would be a mistake.
Wow.
There is rook b8, because like in the game I cannot go bishop f5.
Yeah.
Now knight d4, knight f5 is a check.
Yeah.
But after e6, bishop d3 wins.
Yeah. So what happens? Oh, immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook
Um,
b8 and the same. bishop.
I thought after rook g6, he will play this, king e3, rook e1, king d4, rook e5, and make me play this
Position.
as well. Yeah, because I've seen one of the players draw this because of this pawn, h pawn. Somehow he managed to exchange the rooks.
Yeah.
I think it's
in
important
rapid
just
chess,
to
some players
mention-
manage to survive. I've witnessed such things. In this kind of endgame with rook, bishop, and h pawn, some players manage to survive in rapid chess.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
I witnessed it in tournaments,
Yeah.
small tournaments in the
Um,
past. But With the e-pawn, it might be easier because there are no stalemate tricks and stuff like that. So yeah.
I think it's just important to manage to our viewers to remind that the difficulty of winning that position with rook, bishop, and the pawn is just because the h8 is of the opposite color of the bishop.
Yeah, so bishop d3, rook f8 check, and now yes, and
I mean,
discover
in
check.
this position, I was thinking if I can even go d5. Probably it's too much. just take this and win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is quite a high-level game, and the second technical win you have with white in this tournament. And I would like to see a quick overlook at the overall standings of the tournament, just to mention something very quickly. So before the round you had 12 points, and according to the scoring system it's 3 points for a win, and you played against the leader. So now at this moment you're leading the tournament, which in itself, of course, it's doesn't mean anything for the end, but it's impressive. And there comes my question. We remember you, and we remember interviewing you the first day, and we also asked you about the Rapid event, and you mentioned, to quote you, you played awfully in the first half. And now we look at this situation, and of course wish you to continue to play well. How does it feel? Like, let's add a few words of wisdom from the master about this.
Of course, I'm happy that
dealing
I
with the
managed to win
situations.
this game and also the first round, because after Rapid it didn't look so bright.
Yeah.
And again, right now I'm not thinking about the standings too much, because there are 14 games of Blitz, which means 14 random results could happen
for everyone.
And into 7, and you can calculate how many combinations are possible with this. So I'm not really thinking about the standings. I'm just happy that I played a good game.
Yeah.
And then there are still many rounds to go.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, of course I'm happy.
But so just to mention it very quickly, like how after these first couple of rounds, how did you regain your strength and manage to focus and bring yourself back to your normal shape or best shape, and just come back with decent?
I'm not really in the best shape, because even today, when I had got an advantage, I allowed him some chances.
Mm-hmm.
So of course there is lot of things that I can improve on, but overall I see that the quality has improved compared to the Rapids. So yeah, I'll just keep focusing on that. I mean, there's no secret, just focusing on playing good moves.
Just try your best, and hope for the best. Yeah, nice. So we wish you to continue this lovely trend of improving the quality to the end of the tournament, including the randomness of the Blitz part. And we thank you very much for coming here. Congrats for the win, congrats for leading, and good luck with not thinking about anything apart from your next move, both in chess and outside. And
I don't know what you mean by that.
No, like just focusing on your best move at any situation, just being fully focused. And like I like using chess as a metaphor for everything in life. It's just me and my nonsense. So we appreciate you coming here, and Santosh Vidit, everyone. So
thank you very much.
Yes. So
Thank you.
yeah.
That was Vidit here with us. Well, it has been a rather short day in the office, at least comparing to yesterday's 7 hours. And before we wrap up, I would like to have a very short look at the standings and pairings for tomorrow. So round number 4 tomorrow we have Sebastian Bogner playing against Jorge Corey.
Board number 2 we have Sam Shankland with the white pieces against Parham Maksudlu.
Board number 3 Peter Leco with white pieces playing against Nadirbek Abdusattorov.
Board number 4 Nico Georgiadis against Santosh Vidit. We're expecting a very exciting day once again. We have so many decisive games and interesting positions. Even when the final results have been draws, all the games here are so unbalanced and fun to watch and follow, and especially us, the players, afterwards. So we are very happy.
We are extremely happy, and well, it's getting late, so we would like to wrap up this show for today and leave you with a very exciting moments of those sacrifices and maneuvers we have seen today, and we would be extremely happy to welcome you back here tomorrow at 2 p.m. Swiss time.
Thank you all for watching.